T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in it. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Got a bad disease. Off from my brain is where I bleed. Insanity, it seems, it's got me by my soul to squeeze. Well, all the love from me, with all the dying trees I scream, the angels in my dream, yeah, it turned to demons of greed, that's me. gotta take it slow. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna give you some of my good time. Today love smile on me. It took away my pain, said please, oh let your ride be free. You gotta let it be, oh yeah. Where I go, I just don't know. Like gotta take it slow. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna give you some of my good time. Oh, so polite indeed. Well, I got everything I need. I'll make my days a breeze and take away my self-destruction. It's bitter, baby, and it's very sweet. A holy roller coaster, but I'm on my feet. Take me to the river, let me on your show. I'll be coming back, baby, I'll be coming back for more. Do thing, go sing it, don't bone, good thing, but I'm someone I'm a Congo thing. Like an forget, but I want out the devil. Simple pleasures, I'm much better, but I won't regret it never. Where I go, I just don't know. Like gotta take it slow. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna give you some of my good time. Where I go, I just don't know. I might end up somewhere in Mexico. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna keep it for the end of time. When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Well, I hate to do this to you guys really early in the morning, but I got to go pick up the Jeep. So I'm going to sign off here real quickly. I know I just started, but CPI data is to be released today at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Like Tim said, an hour and 20, let's see, it's an hour and 18 minutes left here before that's the case. But I actually have to go pick up the Jeep. We got to leave real quick, and that way I can get back before market opens. So I am going to take off real quick here and put up some music for you guys, readjust the charts just a little bit. I do want to throw a nice little tidbit out here. I snuck a peek really fast at the short exempt volume on AMC. It was 675.9 thousand shares. That is definitely elevated. Looking a lot better. I mean, we had in total, our total volume for the day yesterday. Let me pull it up here real quick. Our total volume for yesterday was within that 40 to 60 million shares that I predicted in pre-market. And what do we have? We had 53.4 million shares that were traded yesterday. To have that much short exempt volume with that little, and I say little because 53 million shares isn't really that much for us, is kind of significant. Let me go ahead and sneak a quick pick. a quick sneak peek at Apes real quick here and see what Ape was. I know Ape's volume wasn't nearly as high as AMC was. It was only 37.2 million. But it was higher. It was more volume than I was expecting for yesterday. I was only expecting to see somewhere between 10 to 30 million. So, but let me see if I can find this real quick here. Let's see what we got going on here. And then I got to take off. All right, I got 502.3 thousand. Let me go ahead and update the tracker here. Quite a bit of volume there, all things considered. 675.9. I will update Ortex real quick here just to see if it's got utilization printed out for today, because I would like to know if that's still 100%. I'm seeing utilization for, I'm still seeing yesterday's utilization numbers, so it's still too early. Usually got to have like 5 more minutes before we start seeing numbers print, which is why I usually wait till 6:20. But I'm still seeing January. Oh, it does have January 11th data in here. All right, utilization is still 100%. So AMC is still 100% again, and Ape does have January 11th. It's saying 80.71, which wasn't a whole lot of a change because it was 80.34 yesterday. So that's why I thought it didn't change at all. So we do have the data in. Not too much of a change on utilization. But we'll take a look at the rest of the data when I come back from picking up the Jeep, and I will see you guys a little bit later. Let me get some music up here and adjust the charts appropriately just in case price decides to move a little bit while I'm gone. That should probably do it. And I should be able to be back before market open. Put it down here. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. Sorry about that. Sorry about the having to leave you guys kind of hanging here, but I got to go do this.
final up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back. All right, I got it. I was watching volume while I was gone. Hold on one second here. I was watching volume while I was gone, so I saw the pokey stick of volume, and I'm basically going to go very similar numbers for volume from what we had yesterday for predictions. I am going to up my prediction on Ape just a tad, a hair. So we're going to go 40-60 on volume prediction for AMC. I think it's going to be a little bit less volume today than yesterday, but it should still be pretty decent. Ape is I'm gonna up that one to 20. Hold on a second here. Let me see what yesterday's number. I think 37 is what we hit yesterday. So I'm gonna do something. Yeah, we hit 37.2. So I'm gonna go 30-50 because I think there might be just a slight bit more volume today than there was yesterday. I do want to try and run through the numbers since I got 15 minutes left here. I want to try and run through the numbers real quick here before market opens, just so we can kind of see what some of the numbers were. So I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here for just a minute and see if I can't run through this in like 15 minutes. I'll try and rush through it as fast as I can, and then I'll get the intro started here. So two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. Also, might be a good idea to start taking pictures of your portfolio in case something should happen with your broker. It's always good to have like a daily log of a picture of your portfolio that you can just store in a file somewhere and just name it the date for when you took the picture. Remember, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen, so hold all those comments or thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. But let's take a look at our numbers here. Yesterday for price prediction tally points, everybody got a point. The average or the total number for closing was 492 for AMC and 142 for Ape for a combined total of 634. I think I missed by like 4 cents or something like that, or something really close. I was really close to hitting it almost perfectly on the average. 480 to 780 is what I had. 5 to 8 was Eric. 439 to 739 was Keto. Einstein was 422 to 722. Apex was 407 to 707. We all end up getting a point here, so let me add those real quick. What you're seeing there for the updated short exempt volume, that is accurate as of this morning. I went ahead and updated that information. And so that's all accurate. So we had 675.9 thousand shares in short exempt volume for Ape, or for AMC rather. And for Ape, we had 502.3 thousand. Both of those are elevated numbers. All right. 100% utilization is accurate for Ape, or for AMC. Ape was actually a different value. Let me refresh this real quick and just verify it. Ape was 80.71. AMC was up 21.18% yesterday. Ape was up 2.16. I'm going to call that one of three. Max pain for the day today is probably going to be up at least to 450, I would imagine. Maybe even closer to 5. But I'm going to go with 450 is going to be max pain for the day today. It's got to at least move up 50 cents, I would imagine. Yep, there it is, 450. And taking a look at off exchange, total amount of off exchange volume by the end of the day yesterday, we had 63.21%. And off exchange EDGX was 9.38. That was 72.59%. That's 8.59% higher than it should have been. CHX volume was definitely elevated yesterday, but underneath our 30-day average at 0.34% of the total daily volume. On Ape, Final numbers yesterday was 63.21% going through off exchange. EDGX was at 6.47. Grand total was 69.68%. That's about 5.68% higher than it should have been. Nothing on CHX volume to note. GME had nothing to really note on CHX volume yesterday, and HYMC had nothing really to note either. Institutional ownership, I don't expect to have changed. 139.384 million. Oh, it did change. 139.303, so it slightly went down just a hair. Less than 100. And options, highest amount of short interest, open short interest for the day today. It's gonna be a lot at $5. I'm pretty sure that the calls are gonna head up on this. Let's see, call highest amount of open interest is at a $5 strike. That's $1 more than it was yesterday. And there's 22.3 thousand contracts at $4 yesterday. There's 28.9 at 5. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. That's 50 cents up from where it was yesterday, and there was 10.6 thousand contracts at that 3.5. At 4, there's now 13.3. And let's see here. Taking a look at let me transfer over a couple screens here, and we'll try and take a look at some of this other data here real fast, if I can. Move quicker, Casey, quicker. Let's look at Ortex first. Actually, no, we'll look at combined prices first. Yep, there we go. Taking you over to the other screen. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.56. We did jump up out of the, right at the very end of the day, we jumped out of the descending parallel channel. We're moving into a new Fibonacci retracement. We bounced off a $7, the 786 fib at $6.63 and slightly higher than that twice. Found resistance there and are coming back down a little bit, but we are now in the range, the Fibonacci retracement of 635 and 663. Let's take a look at what we got going on with Ortex. We already have a borrowed change amount for the day. I'm not going to write that down, but our current short share interest of the free float's at 22.07%. Since it is the 12th, they probably have updated the data. So we'll cover that on the first market open. We do have a cost to borrow already showing up this morning. Pretty insane how there's like a 7.26 on the minimum right now. Shares on loan for the day today. Let me erase my board here. Let's see what we got going on here. There's our utilization, 100%. On loan amount, day over day, looks like it might have decreased ever so slightly from 179.47 to 179.13. So I'm just going to call it about let's just call it 3,500 shares returned. Probably about 120 of that, 120,000 of that's going to be a new short interest. Let's check and see. It's not. It was a lot more than that. But this is the reason this went up from 21.6 to 22.08 on the SI estimated short share interest of the free float is because of the fact that there's probably a new reporting of reported short interest, which probably increased more than they thought it had. So that's the reason why it's bumping up as much as it did. Taking a look at I should probably estimate that 21.6 to 22.08 is 0.48. $2.4 million more in short interest than was originally reported. 2.475676. On loan average age per day, it's probably going to still be heading upwards. It is. It went from 94.57 to 95.66. Security lending volume increasing day over day from 1.88 million to 2.69 million. Taking a look at Ape, currently looks like they had a readjustment for estimated short share interest of the free float, which is now putting us at about 5.42% of the float having been shorted. Do note that the float has increased as of recently, which could be part of the reason why this is being recalculated in a lower number by drastically a lower amount. The total amount of utilization is sitting at 80.71, and the shares on loan day over day looks like it slightly decreased by about 50,000 shares, 28.4 to 28.35 minus 0.05. On loan average age per day should still be increasing. Went from 38.94 to 39.99. Security lending or estimated short share, just the free float having that big drop. Again, part of the reason for that is that the float's probably increased since the last reporting of estimated short share interest and the current amount in contrast to the current float. Security lending volume is down from 1.72 to 1.04 million. Let's see here. The numbers that they gave us for the end of the day on the orders by Fidelity customers were just for the last 4 minutes. We do have AMC in the top of the list here out of AMC, GME, and Ape with a 55. Our end of the last 4 minutes of the day, we ended up having 55.38% buying to 44.62, which is a stark difference than what we saw throughout the day. GME had a 42% buy to 57% sell ratio on their last 4 minutes of trades that went through in orders. SSR trips at $4.43. Ape trips at 1.278. There are no shares available to borrow this morning. There's not been any. It looks like I take that back. There was 84 shares that were returned at some point, and they did reborrow those shares for a 108.9% fee. So really, I'm not even going to count 84 shares, but currently for the day today, there's 74,000 contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 27.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 40.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. We are now over 100K on contracts that are out of the money, which is that magic number that I've kind of stated on multiple times. When they want to start trying to elicit more money, earned money out of the derivatives, they just simply raise the price and allow FOMO to kick in, and then they drop the price back down. So now that we've got at least 100,000 contracts that are out of the money, they may not continue to allow price to rise back up again. I'm telling you guys, until there's some kind of intervention in retail and retail starts to wisen up a little bit and stop trying to FOMO in on call options, it's just going to keep happening. Right now, the market's looking like it's going to be up this morning, opening up somewhere between anywhere from point. Actually, some of them are down. We've got the Nasdaq 100's down 0.05. Everything else is up anywhere between. I mean, it looks like anywhere between that 0.05 to 0.33. So it looks like the market's kind of going to open either neutral to green. Yesterday, overnight, most of the markets were up. Just a couple of them were down, but they weren't down very much, less than a quarter or a percent less. This morning, we've got Ethereum down 1.03%. The US dollar is currently showing up, down 0.51. Oil is currently 1.61% up in the pre-market. Mortgage-backed securities are down, or either flat or down 0.05, and the SPY is up 0.32. VIX is, I don't know that we have a pre-market on VIX right now. This might be accurate, but it's showing down 5.17% at $20 even. That is a magic number, that 20 That 20 is anything over 20 is signs of fear. If it breaks below 20, then it says it's basically stating there's no fear in the market. We have Tesla up 0.01 in the pre-market, Amazon up 1.39, Cinemark up 1.99. Bollinger Band's back up here for market open. And let's get this day started. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
got a bad disease. Off from my brain is where I bleed. Insanity, it seems, it's got me by my soul to squeeze. Well, all the love from me, with all the dying trees I scream. The angels in my dream, yeah, it turned to demons of greed. That's me. Where I go, I just don't know. I gotta take it slow. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna give you some of my good time. Today love smiled on me. It took away my pain, said please, oh, let your ride be free. You gotta let it be, oh yeah. Where I go, I just don't know. I gotta take it slow. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna give you some of my good time. Oh, so polite indeed. Well, I got everything I need. I'll make my days a breeze and take away my self-destruction. It's bitter, baby, and it's very sweet. A holy roller coaster, but I'm on my feet. Take me to the river, let me on your show. Well, I'll be coming back, baby, I'll be coming back for more. Do thing, go sing it, no bongo ding, but I'm with someone on my Congo ding. Like an forget, but I want out the devil. Simple pleasures are much better, but I won't regret it never. Where I go, I just don't know. I gotta take it slow. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna give you some of my good time. Where I go, I just don't know. I might end up somewhere in Mexico. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna keep it for the end of time. When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead, really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead, so when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The CPI results are out for the day today. Looks like they hit expectations. It says in December, the consumer price index for all urban consumers decreased 0.1%. I gave you guys that rumored information that 0.1%, negative 1% that I got from Einstein yesterday. Looks like it turned out to be true. Seasonally adjusted and rose 6.5% over the last 12 months. Not seasonally adjusted. The index for all items less food and energy increased 0.3% in December, up 5.7% over the year. If you're used to getting a somewhere between a 3 and 5% pay increase every single year, it ain't going to be enough for cost of living. Not this year. you can bet yourself that you're probably feeling the pinch. More than likely, if that's the area that you're looking at for a pay increase. Tanner says Casey is sitting there cringing at his own voice even right now, even though we're all loving it. You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. I'm over here going like, it's terrible. I'm over here sitting going like, that's what I sound like when I sing. That's what it sounds like to me, anyways. Let's see here. So yeah, interesting numbers there. Right now, as it stands, the market is. Let's see how is the market kind of receiving this information. Looks like it's receiving it pretty fair. Everything seems to be. Futures are looking pretty up right now. So I don't see anything unusual happening. Let's see here. Win an interview with Kevin Ike. I have not gotten Kevin. I haven't gotten. I didn't receive any messages from you. I was trying to get you to contact me on the side so we could kind of talk about it first. Yeah, send me a message, man, and let me know, and we can talk first and see if we can work something out. Let's see. We got about 19 minutes before I go through the numbers, and we can take a look at that. Massalorian says we fell 0.01% in inflation. Woohoo. 0.1, right? Isn't it 0.1? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Here, I will put my email out. Look, I'm gonna put my email out there for you guys. Everybody can email if you want to, but I'm gonna tell you straight up right now, I don't check it very often. If you want to contact me and you want something to get through to me quicker, you're gonna find me faster on Twitter, or you're gonna find me faster on Discord. Those are the two places. So I don't mind putting this out here for everybody to see, but I'm just telling you right now, don't be disappointed if it takes me like a month or two to get back to you, because I really just do not check this. So. Just letting you know, that's the case. Give me 1 second here while I put it up. I just don't. This is the reason why I don't put it out there for people to have, because it's just kind of like I don't know why you'd want me to contact me that way. I just don't. I don't look at it. So there it is. If you wanna send an email to me, go for it. Plus, as you can tell, it says CaseyShawAMC@gmail.com. As you can tell from that, by the way, there is no space in there between the Casey Shaw and the AMC. It looks like for some reason YouTube or another put a space in there, and I'm not sure why it did that, but probably because it has to do with my name. Yeah, I just put it in a second time. It looks like it put a space in there. I don't know why. Um, Maggie, good morning. Maggie, I did nothing, and here you are. You're talking. You figured out what was wrong. Hey, I'm glad you were able to figure out what was wrong. Let me ask you a question. Did it have something to do with the age of the account, or how you had your account set up? Like, did you have your account set up to show that your age was under 18 or something like that? I'm just taking a stab in the dark. I don't know. I'm guessing what your problem might have been on from your end, but I have no idea. Because I'm guessing the only thing I could come up with is the idea that I think if you have an underaged account, or if it has like parental settings on that, then sometimes it'll often prevent you from being able to chat. So if you get rid of those parental settings, then sometimes it'll allow you to chat. But I mean, it's a stab in the dark. I have no idea what was the problem. Roseanne says, "Well, now, Casey, you got to check it. What am I checking? I forgot. Hey, squirrel, I forgot. I completely. What am I checking? The spy. Let's look at it. Down 0.58 now. Now it's starting to move down. It's funny because the futures were saying, oh yeah, the futures flipped immediate. Like that's so. The futures were showing up a quarter to up 0.3%, and now they're showing down anywhere from like point 11 to 0.31, almost like a complete reversal. Check my email. Got it. I just don't do it though. It's like one of the last things that I think to ever check, and I run out of time. I check other things like Twitter, Discord, Reddit. Those are all. I would say that my number one location to get or receive information from people is probably Twitter. Two is Discord, three is Reddit, and then email ends up being the last priority, and it always ends up getting left behind. YouTube made me open a channel and that released the chat. That is so weird. Well, that's good to know, Maggie. Now that I know what your problem was, if there's other people out there who have similar problems, I can let them know that they have to open a channel, which I have no idea what that even means, but I guess that means that you created your own channel. I can't imagine. Like I don't think everybody. I don't. That's odd. That's really strange. Oh. 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 Were you watching? Were you watching the stream through a proxy? Like, were you not? You weren't watching like through like straight through YouTube. You're watching it through something else. Sam Hayes says you have to have a Google account. Interesting. See, I don't even know this stuff, guys. This is I like I'm no professional over here on YouTube. That's so weird. I didn't know that was a thing. That's interesting that you have to create your own channel. Doug says AMC dumping again as usual after any run up. The whole market's dumping right now, Doug. I hate to break it to you, but it's not just AMC. The whole market's taking a big old poop right now. Well, I'm glad you were able to resolve it, Maggie, because like I had no idea. Well, yeah, I mean HYMC is gold. It's a commodity vineyards. It kind of makes sense. Commodities tend to do well when a market's down, and especially things like gold. Gold tends to go up when a market's not doing so well, so that kind of makes sense. It is a thing. Gold goes up when market goes down. Market goes up, gold goes down. Highway Frog says if I didn't have kids, I'd be a total mess. uh, you know, my kids help me out with a lot of my tech stuff too. I don't really need their help all the time, but it makes it a lot faster. I could probably get through most of my technical problems on my own, but I know that they probably will be able to fix it way faster than I can. So, for time saving sake, I usually will have them help me out with stuff. Like, oh, I don't want to get into it. I had Hunter get on the computer one time, and he was like looking at all my open tabs, and he's like, "How come you don't put all these tabs into like one single tab?" And I'm like, "You don't understand, because I got to get to them quick." I'm like, "It's for efficiency," and he's like, "Oh, okay." I know what I'm doing. It's just I know he would do things a little bit differently than I would. Captain says the VIX just had a weird candle at 9:32 with 0 shares checking out. Hold on a second, let me take a look at it. Yes, it did, didn't it? I'm on the 1 minute right now, and that was man, that is so bogus. What the hell is going on with that? I mean, and the minute before it was zero volume as well. They're all zero volume. The VIX is showing zero volume the whole way through. It's not really a volume indicated stock. The VIX is more about fear and volatility. This is not. This is a volatility index. It's not going to be traded like a stock. So that's the reason why you're seeing zero volume. That's the number one reason. But the part on why this did what it did here from 2156 down to wherever it's at down here at the bottom at 20 even. What time was that at? 9:32 and the minute before. Okay, so that's where it opened this morning. The reason that you're seeing like this right now is this is where the market closed yesterday, and then right here is where the market opened up this morning. And there's actually changes like this all the time from day to day. Whenever you see the market open, the volatility index will usually skip. For example, like right here, here's another. Anytime you see one of these gaps in here like this, it's going to be from the new day that's started. So, and I could probably keep scrolling back and show you like more instances of gaps like this one right here. Here's another gap up right here. Then you've got, let's see here. Here's another big gap right here as well. Not really strange. It's actually pretty normal. It's just that this time they filled in the gap the entire way with a candle that showed representation of volatility in the market that spanned the whole range. But it does jump every single day though. Almost every single day it jumps. Very rarely, I would say, would the VIX open up uh, directly where it left off the previous day, unless the market's just not really doing anything and there's no volatility whatsoever. It's like I told you before. Volatility in this market is going to be absolutely nuts. So we're going to see the more volatility that we're going to have overnight, especially with foreign markets trading and whatnot. You're going to see larger and larger gaps in the VIX from day to day. Well, Maggie, it wasn't a woman issue. At least you should be thankful that it wasn't a woman issue. It was, it was an account issue. Oh, it looks like Hayden's got some kind of surgery going on. I see you guys saying something about Hayden. Hayden says, "I'm on the gurney about to get my right knee replaced. I expect the moon when I wake up. Let's go." All right, we'll have it all set and ready for you when you wake up, man. We'll try not to leave you behind. David Cobb says the VIX should be going up, not down. I would agree with that. I totally agree with that. But I've also stated, I think it was yesterday, that very oftentimes, I think that the volatility is manipulated in such a way to where, well, first off, who runs the VIX? Um, if I'm not mistaken, the VIX, the futures, the future volatility index is actually ran by son of a gun. It's gonna escape me. Hold on a second. It's not here. It's like in Europe or something like that. It's hold on a second here. No, maybe it is Chicago Board of Options Exchange. I guess maybe it is. Let me make sure. I think it's Barclays. I think it's Barclays. Barclays is one I think that runs it. If I'm not positive, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here. Like if you were to have issues with it, let me just make sure. Barclays. Is that right? I think I'm right on this. I think it's Barclays. Let me see. Hmm. Maybe not. Maybe they're the VXX. Let me check something real fast here. I won't even look anything up. Let's see. I'm trying to think where it is that I can find out who to contact. Like if there's problems with reporting and stuff like that for the quotes. Let's see. I don't know. I guess maybe the Chicago Board of Board Options Exchange is probably the correct answer here. For some reason, I thought it was Barclays. Maybe I'm just not remembering things correctly. I think the reason that I'm thinking Barclays is because the last time that I saw there was a problem with the VIX and there was actually a lawsuit that went out. It was because Barclays had injected money into the market that caused the VIX and the VXX and a couple other to move the volatility to be substantially changed in a direction it shouldn't have. So I'm trying to look to see, but I guess it would probably be the CBOE. Let me see here. Yeah, it's got to be the CBOE. Final answer. It should be a CBOE because it's going to be based off of it's going to be all based off of options. You know, I always have hedge trimmer says Barclays. I know. If you're saying that because of how I pronounce it, I always like get it wrong. So let me hold on a second. Let's see. It's Barclays, right? I always get it wrong every time. Barclays.
Barclays.
Barclays. I don't know why, but yeah, it's Barclays. And it should be the CBOE, Chicago Board of Options Exchange. Casey, with the price of Ape, why would Adam Aaron settle for 66 cents a share? My answer to that, Maggie, has been the only thing that really makes any sense to me, Maggie, is that by selling shares into the market at any price causes forced buying because they need the shares. And I don't know why specifically 100+ million shares that he sold into the marketplace, but I do know. You remember how we used to talk about the 18,880 FINRA rule, where everybody was talking about T90. When a share offering is offered to the marketplace, they create what are called I always forget this name too. Son of a gun. I'm drawing so many blanks this morning. It's not even funny. Hold on. FINRA 1880. Selling syndicate. It's not. I didn't even get it typed in, and it popped into my head here. Selling syndicate is what it's called. They create selling syndicates, and when they create the selling syndicates, those syndicates, if they have the shares, if they sell more, it's kind of like I've described it before many times, like booking flights on an airplane, right? They can sell more than it is that there's actually being offered, and all they have to really do is just make sure that they have all those shares to be sold, to be given or delivered before T90 date. So these selling syndicates are created. They try to make as much money as possible off of selling of some of these shares into the marketplace, and then within a T90 date, those shares actually have to be delivered. Now, if they're selling more than it is that there's actually being issued, then it's going to create more and more buying pressure within the marketplace to get those shares before that T90 date. So it could be the reason that he sold such a large portion like that was because he's trying to force the market to drive the price upwards. I don't know. I don't know if I mean because 100 seems like such a lot of shares. I agree with you. It's a whole lot of shares. But in this particular case, I think that he's simply just trying to forcing the market to buy shares in the future. Mackenby says Casey's trying to take credit away from me. Oh, I didn't. I wasn't looking whenever I go to Google and start typing, I can't see what it is that you guys are writing. So, but yeah, I see you put in selling syndicate in there. I can't see what it is you guys are typing. But yeah, you got it right. Do you think the 160 million shares sold on Ape, if combined with AMC, should cause a gamma ramp after conversion? I mean, there's a lot of other factors in there, David, that I don't know yet, that I can't make a comment on that. I don't think if you just simply talk about a conversion, no. I would say no. But there's a lot of factors involved in that process that we don't know about yet that could potentially cause price to start running. Couldn't us apes buy all the shares? Do you know how many shares on a daily basis? How many shares do you think we buy? On just an average daily basis, how many shares do you think we buy, Maggie? And the answer, I mean, I'll just tell you this. If Adam Aaron wants to wait 2 quarters for us to buy enough shares in order for him to sell them all, then sure. Yeah, it's only a couple million. So you tell me how long it's going to take for him to sell. It's going to take him like 200 days to sell 100 million shares. So sure, yeah, we could buy him off of him, but it's going to take him like 2/3 of a year. And it's like, you sit there and you go, oh, yeah, well, that doesn't really work out. It doesn't, it's much more effective for him to sell them to the open market where they're needed. Yes, if they don't raise the authorized and outstanding, mm, I don't necessarily think that would necessarily cause a gamma either. Well, it's kind of two parts long, Jericho, right? Like, I mean, yes, what you wrote is correct, but if you have no price movement, then you have no gamma ramp, right? So what you're saying is true. It's a two-step process. You have to have price moving, and it can actually happen in either direction. Price can be. It depends if there's a lot of puts that are open as well, but it can actually happen in both directions. But if the gamma ramp only occurs when price moves in one direction too quickly and causing those options to be exercised, right? Because that's honestly that's really what causes the market to have to force buy is when those are exercised. Now, if people are just collecting the money off the options chain, then more than likely then it's not necessarily going to do anything for us. It's got to be exercised positions because that forces short exempt volume and failure to delivers. Oh wait, you said that at the very end. I missed it. I don't know why I missed it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. If there are a lot of options close to or in the money, then the price can swing towards it, causing more options to be open, causing a bigger swing and repeat. Yeah, no, you're right. You actually said it right there. I missed that last portion of it. Yeah, that's right. Throat Yogurt says, "Do you think that 10 shares is enough, or should I have more than 10 shares?" Just don't tell us about it if you have more than 10. You don't want to make people jealous around here. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That is that's the truth. It's a two-part step process, right? You have to have a chain of options that would expire making money to enable have more options be purchased that kind of compounds on price movement moving in the same direction. So yeah, I mean but it also has to be exercised. I would just add the only thing I would add in there is that what continues to drive the gamma is exercise options because then it forces buying in the marketplace. You'd be surprised, Chris. Every week when we are at the end of the week, there's quite a few open interest options that expire in the money, but they're not making money because they've been there on the books for quite a while. For example, like right now, today is actually a perfect day to be looking at because there's expirations by the end of this week in call options at a $4.50 strike, which we're well over right now. We're at $4.88. When we started out the day today, there was 14,960 contracts at $4.50. The question is how many of those are in the money? And it's more than likely the only reason that they're there in open interest is because they're not in the money enough to be able to make money, right? And in other words, that the gamma has eaten up all of their or did I say gamma? Theta. Isn't it theta? Theta is time, right? I always get gamma and theta screwed up, but whatever eats up time, I think it's theta. Whatever eats up time is what will end up causing them to be out of the money. Even though the strike price is in the money, they're losing on their position, so they're not selling because they're hoping the price is going to continue to go upwards. The only thing they can do at the end of the expiration, if they're in the money, is exercise them if they can afford to buy them. And that's probably one of retail's biggest mistakes is that they buy options that they can't afford to exercise. If you can't, and that's I mean, if you guys want to take away a lesson for the day today, that would be a perfect lesson. Never, ever, ever, ever buy an option that you can't exercise. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't be playing the option. You're just running the risk of not being able to own those shares at the end. Yeah, theta. I always, you know what I need to remember, Roadster Guy, because I said gamma. I just need to remember T equals T, right? That's what I need to do. That's how I remember theta is always time decay. Because I always get gamma and theta mixed up. It is theta. I'm not an options expert. I've never, ever claimed to be an options expert. I understand how it works. I understand some of the Greeks, but I'm not an options expert. So, but yeah, theta TT. I just gotta remember that. It's TT. Who doesn't want a TT? If I multiply my existing shares by 10, carry the 1, then I'll have at least 10 phantom shares. 8 math done right. Eddie Trade says, agree about options. I exercised a few in June of 21 and sold a bunch. I mean, that's ideally, Ed, that's the way to do it, right? Like ideally, if you're doing it right, then what you're going to do is you're going to buy enough options so that some of them that are in the money you cash out at some point in time to where it makes you enough money to where you can actually gain the shares, especially if you're bullish on the stock. If you think that the price is going to be moving up in the future, you want the shares, right? So why wouldn't you want to have more shares if you can get a portion of some of your money to buy the premium that you're putting down to buy yourself some shares in the future? Without really having to. I mean, it's really just the premium that you're spending to get future shares because some portion of your options are going to pay for the rest of the shares there. That's ideally the right way to kind of go about doing it. But you're taking a gamble. And if you are in the money in the end, but you don't have you don't have enough in the money to make money, then you're going to have pocket cash in order to buy those options to exercise. So that's the trick though. So you got to make sure you have that money because if you don't, what's the point? You're just wasting your premium that you paid. You think we should consider ourselves investors instead of traders? I don't trade. I I really I want to see people go back to investing right now. I feel like the mentality that this market has pushed us towards is trading. And I think the average investor should be or I think the average trader, whatever you want to call us, whatever you want to call retail, I think the average retail person should probably be an investor and not a trader. So, it takes time. It takes time and experience to really sit back and make money in a market. It's not easy to do. Roaster Guy says, I only trade options and learn from a professional options trader. You say you're not an expert, but you're bang on. I mean, I know enough to get myself in trouble, Roaster Guy, but I don't want to get in trouble. That's why I stay away from the options because I just don't. There's so much. It's you can make money. You can absolutely make money playing options, but it's always a gamble. It really is a huge gamble, and I feel like there's way better investments in just being an investor or even being a trader. I think even being a trader, you can actually still make probably not better money, but you can make it safer. And I think that's kind of one of the things that in risk when I'm factoring in like how I want to make money, I would rather make money less risky than more risky. Which is kind of one of the reasons why I won't play like the football squares. Like there's no reason why I would lump at $10 a square. There's no reason why I'm going to buy like 5 squares for $50 and have a 5% chance at winning the game. It's like Those are the worst odds ever. Like, why would I? That's not a very. That's like super risk, right? Major risk. I'm not into that kind of risk. It's maybe better than a 5% chance because I think their money's split after each quarter or something like that. But I mean, it's still you know what I'm saying. It's a pretty low odds of winning. All right, let's take a look at our numbers for the day today, guys. We're at 499. It is past time. I'm a little bit slow to the gun today, and I am talking a little faster today. And the reason for it is I just had like a strong cup of coffee while we were out. We grabbed some coffee from this place called Black Rock Coffee Bar, and man, I'll tell you what, this coffee has got me wired. Nana says I do because it's fun. That's how Nana. That's true. If that tells you anything about me, it tells you how stingy I am with my money. I don't like gambling on things that are really high risk, and it doesn't matter how much fun it is because I just don't have fun watching my money just get thrown away. I can't. I can't. There's no way for me to legitimately sit down and be like, "Ooh, this is fun." I don't like playing slot machines very much, right? I only do it because I like to sit next to my wife and play with her. But you know, as she's doing slots, but I don't like slot machines. I can't stand slot machines. They're the biggest pile of heaping losing money pits that you could possibly sit down in front of. And I just like I'd rather win money on a table where I can use my brain and actually have you know have like some kind of say in whether or not I'm going to win or not. So I don't know. It's just how I feel, and I'm stringent like that. Blackjack is a number you can crack blackjack though, Nana. You can crack that. Slot machines you can't. You can get yourself some better odds, but that's about it. All right, guys, let's take a look at our numbers. Yukon says so. Casey, what you're saying is you love shoving with 7 deuce. No, really don't like doing that. That's you forgot to put the offsuit on there. 7 deuce offsuit, right? Like that's even worse. Yeah, not me. I don't. I play like my odds. Let's see what we got going on here, guys. I'm gonna switch over to the other screen, so I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it set up for your account, it may be a great way to keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. When you do set that up, make sure you have a secondary device if it allows you to set that up on there. And in case something happens to your primary, you can still have access to your account. I use my wife's phone, so in case something happens, she can get the code, and then we can still get into the accounts and stuff. But and also, it's not a bad idea to take a screenshot of your portfolio maybe once a day. But if you don't feel like doing it once a day, at least once a week would be a good idea in case something should happen along this process with your broker. Where who knows? Who knows? I don't want to make any accusations or anything, but you never know when it's a good idea to just be able to see your account from a week-to-week basis. We are getting some really heavy amounts of volume in right now. I'm really liking what I'm seeing in volume in regards to volume. But let's take a look at what we got going on here. I'm just kind of moving some of the screens around real quick here before I look, and I'm just liking some of this volume that I'm seeing right now. Looks good. All right. Starting with, we're going to do a full rundown of the numbers here since this is the first time we're looking at since market open. I know I just kind of got done with it a little while ago, but let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on for the day today. Starting with the top left-hand side, this is not meant to be financial advice by any means. It's simply just 4 or 5 apes that are trying to figure out where price is moving to on a daily basis. For the day today, I have 480 to 780. Eric has, wait a minute, is that right? No, I'm sorry. I have 450 to 750. Hold on a second. I got to update my numbers here. Hold on. I said it right when the market was opening, and I forgot to put it in correctly. Eric's got 5 to 8. Keto's got 511 to 811. Einstein has 422 to 722, and Apex has 508 to 808. Taking a look at it's a 3-way tie right now, or 4-way tie right now with the group here. So everybody's got a point for every day of the week so far. Short exempt volume for the week so far, we've got 675.9 thousand shares on AMC in short exempt volume for yesterday. Ape had 502.3 thousand shares. Considering the fact that the volume was maybe double what it normally is, those numbers were more than double than what we've been having lately. So those numbers were kind of big. Utilization is still 100% on AMC. That is day number 2. 2 days in a row now of 100% utilization. Ape was 80.71, which is slightly a fractional amount higher than what it was yesterday. Day-over-day price increase, we have 21.18% on AMC and 2.16% on Ape. I gave that a 1 of 3 days for the 3 of 3 days in a row being over 5%. Max Pain did increase day over day to 450 for the end of this week. That's always a good thing to see rising. Let's take a look at off exchange. I'm a little late on my numbers here, so maybe expect to see a little bit of deviation from what I would normally say, which is 44% in off exchange by this time in the morning, and somewhere between 10 and 11% on EDGX. Let's see what we got. On AMC, we're getting about 53% right now on off exchange. EDGX is at 14%, so the grand total between the two is 67%. I would say that's about 11 or 12% higher than where it should be. CHX volume is very low. On Ape, we've got 62.65% going through off exchange. EDGX at 10.78. EDGX volume is definitely elevated on Ape today compared to what we've been seeing. The combined total between the two is 73.43% of our total volume. That's probably around 17% higher than where it should be by this time in the morning. CHX volume very, very low. On GME, CHX volume is double what it would normally be by this time of the day. And on HYMC, CHX volume is non-existent. Institutional ownership did drop less than 100,000 shares overnight at 139.303 million currently. And in options, highest amount of volume for the day-to-day for the calls is currently at a $5 strike, which is where it was at yesterday. There's currently 17.6 thousand contracts so far for the day-to-day. That's really super high. Just to give you guys an idea of what a normal day looks like, usually around now I would expect somewhere between 3.5 to maybe 5,000 contracts. So we're like, I don't know, at least 5, maybe even 6 times higher than what we should be by this time of the day. On puts, highest amount of volume is currently at a $4.50 strike price. That is 50 cents higher than what it was yesterday. There's currently 7.7 thousand contracts. So just about almost a 2.5 to 1, about a 2.5 to 1 ratio in call volume of contracts and puts, and market indicating a closing price on AMC somewhere between $4.50 to $5 by the end of the day. Taking a look at the combined price between the two, currently we have $6.45. We are kind of consolidating right now inside this gray zone, which is between the 7.786 and 1 Fibonacci retracement that I have from the past. And we're getting a little bit of consolidation in here. I think once we start taking a look at RSI, we'll probably see that there's probably going to be some more consolidation since it's probably a little hot. Do note the combined volume right now is like super, super high down here compared to probably what we're used to seeing from the past. So we do have elevated volume for the day-to-day. I'm not going to draw anything out right now, but we obviously did break out at the very end of the day of this descending parallel channel that I had drawn up here. Very obviously broke out of that. It does seem like we've tested down on that descending level of support. What is support now instead of resistance? Twice, once in the pre-market and once in the market open this morning. Taking a look at Ortex here. Let me give these an update. So far this morning, Ortex is reporting about 287,000 shares having been returned for AMC. That puts us at a short share interest of the free float at 22.08%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26, so somebody's loaning out shares at a very cheap rate. Cost to borrow average is 287.25, so what that tells me is out of the 18.9 thousand shares that have been borrowed so far, that not very many of those were at a 7.26%. Most of them were at a much higher rate. The max is 310.21%. Utilization for the day today is 100% on AMC. Let's take a closer look at some of our current numbers. On loan amount decreased day over day by about 350,000 shares from 179.47 to 179.13. Estimated short share interest of the free float is going to be dropping here quite a lot, or is it dropping? No, rising quite a lot here, and it's because they've updated the exchange reported short interest, and it seems like that they may have been underreporting how much short interest was actually being accrued from their estimates. So if I go ahead and pull up the exchange reported short interest, you can see that they must have been under. So it did increase. It went from 108.49 million exchange reported short interest to 113.44. So because it was being underreported, they had to increase their short share interest estimate of the free float to 22.08%. Just note that that's 2.476 million more in short interest than what was being estimated. So you'd have to divide that out over the last 15 days, and that's how much they were off by. So there is quite a bit more short share interest of the free float going on right now than there was. And if we kind of draw this back out too, we can kind of take a look and see where that stands in comparison to like the past history. One of the highest points in time that we've ever seen of exchange reported short interest was 113.01 on the past, and that was June 13th of 2022, where we have 113.44 now, which is higher. Prior to the June run up, I would say we were running somewhere around just shy of 100, about 93 million shares. The highest it got to was right during the run up on May 24th, where we had 102 million in exchange reported short interest. Do note that there's more shares in the float now than or outstanding shares, so seeing higher exchange reported short interest would make sense. Let's see, what was I gonna show you next? Oh yeah, security lending volume. Security lending volume day over day did slightly decrease, I believe. No, it's decreased or increased? Hold on a second here. Increased. Went from 1.88 million to 2.69 million. Looking at Ape, so far for the day to day on Ape, we've had 1.39 million shares haven't been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float, which is currently showing at 5.35%. I'm going to show you guys why this dropped from just over 7. I think we had like 7.11% yesterday. I'm going to show you why we dropped so much, and it's because of the exchange reported short interest. And then there's another reason for this as well. Our float has changed in the last 15 days to a much higher value, so it's going to cause this number to be lower. It's not that we had a bunch. It's not that we had 2% of our short interest closed out. There was some short interest that was closed out, but not nearly that much. We can actually look at it here and see what the difference is day over day in the short interest. But there's cost to borrow is currently minimum is at 8.6%, average 8.65, and max 8.93. Shares on loan is currently showing up at 28.35 million shares. Day over day, that was only a decrease of 50,000 shares. So that kind of tells you right there all it is that you need to know. It wasn't a big massive amount of positions that were closed out. The only reason that interest of the free float is different is because there's more shares available now. So if we put up, there's utilization. Here's the on loan amount, slightly decreasing that 50,000 shares day over day from 28.4 million to 28.35. On loan average age per day, still increasing on this from 38.94 to 39.99. Hold on a second here. Sorry, I didn't respond to text. 38.94 to 39.99. And security lending volume over day over day went from 1.72 to 1.04 million shares. So yeah, here's your exchange reported short interest. It did with the new reporting, it did drop from 34.72 down to 30.59, but that's not what caused our short share interest of the free float to drop as much as it did from day over day. Come on, pull it up. From 7.07 down to 5.44. Hold on a second. Okay. Next, what are we looking at next here? Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for Ape, AMC, and GME. AMC has a 57, let's just call it 58% to 42% buy sell ratio. And it's the only one on the top 30 list that I see out of AMC, Ape, or GME. SSR did trip at $4.43 according to this for AMC. We'll have to take a look at the numbers here and see where that happened at. I don't. 474. I see 474 is the low for AMC. I don't know how it got to 443 and is tripped right now. That's kind of weird. This says that SSR is on, but I don't agree with that. I don't think SSR tripped today. Let me refresh this again real quick. This can't be right because yesterday's closing price was. I've actually already got SSR set up, but yesterday's closing price was 492. Let me just make sure this is right here. 492. 4428 is what I have for SSR. 4428, which is really close to this. I'm not sure why this is triggered right here. Says that our low for the day today was 474. So I'm not sure what's going on with Stonko Tracker, but it is saying the SSR is tripped on this, but I don't think that's true. Shares available to borrow, 0. There were 84 shares that were returned earlier this morning at 1 o'clock in the morning. Those were borrowed out at I don't know, 12 minutes later. Those shares were borrowed out. 108.9% were the fees. We have 74,000 contracts that are out of the money on the calls and 40.9 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the puts, putting us over 114,000 contracts that are out of the money. So this is kind of one of those things where I've told you guys on multiple occasions that the markets are going to try and make easy money off of investors, driving the price up, creating dividends or creating derivatives purchases, and then collecting on the premiums by driving the price right back down again. So easy cash money here flowing in for institutions. NASDAQ is down 0.04, Dow Jones is up 0.36, and the S&P 500 is up 0.12. We have 3,971 advancers to 2,502 decliners. Give me 1 second, I'm getting more text here. Currently, Ethereum Classic is down 2.37%. We've got the US dollar is currently showing down 0.37. WTI or oil is up 2.84. Mortgage-backed securities are showing up anywhere from 0.41 to 0.44. SPY is currently up 0.14. And we've got the VIX down 6.54. VB is up 0.51. VBR up 0.6. Tesla is down 2.85. Amazon down 0.12. Cinemark up 5.61. Doge down 1.09. Bitcoin is up 0.78 at 18 a coin. GME is down 0.21. HYMC is up 5.14. Hood is down 0.29. CS is up 0.87. NCMI is up 4.17. Ape is up 4.93%. And AMC is up 0%. One of the things I think is kind of interesting right now is the VIX broke 20. 20 is kind of a magic number in the marketplace and is seen as that level of uncertainty as to whether or not the market's healthy. When it does break below 20, it means that the market it's suggesting that the market is showing signs of strength or believing that there's more or that there's less fear inside the market. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Less fear in the marketplace. I don't. I think this is just trying to fool people here. It's going to be my opinion and my opinion only, but I think this is trying to fool people into thinking this is the bottom. Hey, look, no fear, guys. You need to start buying again. Buy. It's under 20. There should be no more fear, you guys. It's okay. It's all over. We hit the bottom. And then what happens? It's easy to sell off positions when you can create bag holders. Really, really super easy. It's going to be my opinion, and take it for what it's worth. So far for the day today on AMC, we currently have more outflow than inflow by about $1.2 million. 15.96 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on after 75 minutes of trading. We are on a pace for 82.99 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 40 to 60 million shares. So I think we're on a good pace for hitting that as a potential number. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.19, which is again, like I was saying, it's really hot right now, signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.14, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have equal amounts. Slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.88, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.55, which is average. Taking a look at Ape. Ape's getting a nice little push up today at 7.04% up for the day today so far. We have approximately, we'll just call it we'll call it 1 million. It's basically $1 million more outflow than inflow for the day today. 9.33 million shares having been traded so far after 77 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 47.25 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 30 to 50 million shares. I might end up being on the high side on this one now. That I don't like. I don't like being on the high side. I kind of felt like we would have very similar volume to what we had yesterday, maybe slightly more. But this is currently indicating that's not necessarily the case. So we'll have to take a look at that throughout the day as the day continues on. We do have a TD9 being printed here on a 5-minute interval, suggesting that we might see a reversal in price movement here. On a 4-hour time window, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.62, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.72, which is above average. And on a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.14, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.36, which is almost signaling oversold. If we go to Ichimoto, which I have not looked at yet for the day-to-day, to give you guys some kind of estimates as to where we may be moving to, let me look at that now. Let's see here. On a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, We do have conversion lines still below base, which is that's not a good thing. You want to see conversion above base. Lagging line is above price line, but do note that before the end of the day today, we're going to need to be above $1.56 in order to keep lagging line above the price line. So we're going to have to retest and break past 156 in order to continue to see this indicator look strong and healthy. If it does do that, we should see the conversion break the baseline. We do have a thinning portion of green starting tomorrow, and then a little bit of sliver red, and then some more green. So we could see a continuation of price moving upwards. It's going to all stem or be hinged on that 156 value and whether or not we can maintain it or break past it. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart here, we've got conversion above base, lagging line above price line. We are above the cloud on a red side of a cloud here, and we've got a big, monstrous, huge jump here in red cloud in the futures. Seeing price move above that is going to be super bullish, which is going to be about a $1.72. If we can get above $1.72 within the next 3 days, this thing is going to really start ripping. But as it stands right now, one of the main prices that we're going to want to continue to see is just staying above the cloud no matter what, if possible, which is going to be $1.47. I already mentioned to you guys $1.56 is really, really super important, which is over here. I would suggest that I would hope to see a closing somewhere around $1.60. Hold on a second here. I'd like to see a closing price either today or tomorrow by $1.66. If we can break past 166, we could see some more momentum higher. So, wait, hold on a second. I'm not going to say 166. Let's say 168. 168. Those are my two numbers, 156 and 168. If we can get pushed past those, we're going to be golden. Taking a look at AMC on the 1-hour time interval, we've got lagging line above price line. We have conversion above base. We are touching on this conversion line quite a few times here, and in the pre-market, we actually even touched the base. That's not very strong signs of strength, but as long as price continues to stay above the conversion line, I'm happy, which is at this time, it's currently at $4.88. And right now we're at $4.95, so that's a good thing. We want to continue to see that upwards momentum. The thin portion of the green cloud is currently where we're at this time, and we should see, if we can get past today and tomorrow without dropping through that conversion line, we could see potential for continuation of running until the backside of a thinning portion of a green cloud. So that's really what we're going to need to do, is just see continued price movement. We do have the lagging line approaching the price line up here. We need to stay above $5, which is because it's at $4.99 right now. So $5 is going to be a key push that I'm going to write down here. We need to see it above 5. Taking a look at a 4-hour chart here, we've got conversion above base. We have lagging line above price line, and price is well above the cloud. We don't have a thinning portion of the cloud and turning into a green cloud until 118, which is in 5 more trading days, 4 more trading days from now. So Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We have Monday off, don't we? Do we have? No, that's not this month. That's not this month. So yeah, let's see. Friday, Monday, Tuesday, like Wednesday-ish. $5 is the magic number for me on the 1-hour chart. On the 4-hour chart, I would say it's probably going to be I'm gonna go with 511. Volatility is driving down right now. They're trying to reduce volume as much as possible to stop price rising. AMC is currently breaking even at this point. Ape is up right now, 8.18%. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Jay says Monday is off. For some reason, I thought we were off Monday, but why am I thinking that? That's MLK Day, right? Why am I forgetting? I don't. My brain. I wish I had a better brain. I need to remember better. Hold on a second here. I gotta look up NYSE holidays 2023 here. Let me see. What do we got going on here? Why is it that I can't remember these dates? I want to remember them better. It's the numbers. It's the numbers that just throw me off. This is why I can never remember what amendment, what somebody's birthday is. It's always the numbers. There's just too many numbers to remember. 2023, we have Monday, January the 2nd, then we have Monday, January the 16th. So we are off on Monday. 3-day weekends. We're also off on Washington's birthday, which is Monday, February 20th. Maybe that's why I was getting it confused, because I knew there was a Monday in February, but I couldn't remember what it was, and I thought it was, for some reason, I was thinking it was MLK Day in February, but I guess it's January 16th. Okay, so we have Monday off. So the 4 trading days that I speak of, it would put us on Friday, Tuesday, Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week. All right, let's see what you guys are writing. Einstein says Biden is talking. Let me see if I can find it.
It's a new strategy that would rescue the economy from the pandemic downturn. At the same time, we laid the foundation for a stronger, more resilient economy for decades to come. An economy that grows from the bottom up and the middle out. Now 2 years in, it's clearer than ever that my economic plan is actually working. Here's what we've learned just last week. Unemployment is the lowest it's been in 50 years. I'll say that again, the lowest unemployment rate in a half a century. My first 2 years in office were the 2 strongest years for job growth on record. We created nearly 11 million jobs, including 750,000 manufacturing jobs. And there were 2 of the strongest years ever for small business creation as well. And today, unemployment rate is near record for lows for Hispanic, Black and Hispanic workers, near record lows. And it's the lowest ever on record for people with disabilities. We're seeing American families breathing a little easier. More Americans have health insurance than in our history. Fewer families are facing foreclosures today than before the pandemic. And we still have more work to do, though, but we're clearly moving in the right direction. And there's more breathing room in store for American workers and families. Starting last week, as of January 1, a month's supply of insulin is now capped at $35 for seniors on Medicare. Some were paying hundreds of dollars every month for their insulin, but not anymore. Starting last week, if Big Pharma raises prices faster than inflation, they're going to face big penalties. Starting last week, Americans can get tax credits when they install energy-efficient appliances in their homes, like heat pumps or solar panels, or when they buy electric vehicles. These were all pieces of that big law that we passed last year. Now they're kicking in, and Americans are starting to feel the benefits in their everyday lives. But that's not all. We're seeing historic investments in American manufacturing turn into new factories and new jobs from Arizona, Ohio, Georgia, New York. Companies have announced nearly $300 billion in manufacturing investments here in the United States since I became president. Instead of exporting jobs like we did for decades, we're now creating jobs and exporting product. Creating jobs and exporting product. That's the idea. Now the House has elected a new speaker. I can call him and congratulate him. I'm ready to work with him, or any Republican Congress, to make progress for the American people. But like many Americans, I was disappointed that the very first bill the Republicans in the House of Representatives passed would help wealthy people and big corporations cheat on their taxes at the expense of ordinary middle-class taxpayers. And it would add $114 billion to the deficit. Their very first bill. House Republicans campaigned on inflation. They didn't say if elected their plan was to make inflation worse. Plus, House Republicans have introduced another bill, blocking action that would help lower gas prices and help consumers. And on top of that, House Republicans are preparing to vote on a national sales tax bill. National sales tax, that's a great idea. It would raise taxes on the middle class by taxing thousands of everyday items from groceries to gas, while cutting taxes for the wealthiest Americans. And if I'm not mistaken, what they've introduced, it also would totally eliminate the IRS. Feels good, except all gonna be sales tax. Go home and tell your moms. They're gonna be really excited about that. Come on. Is this how House Republicans are starting a new term? Cutting taxes for billionaires? Raising taxes for working families? Making inflation worse? Well, let me be very clear. If any of these bills make it to my desk, I will veto them. I will flat veto them.
He's taking my line.
Not this kind of stuff.
He's whispering.
They try to cut Social Security or Medicare, which
feel dirty
Americans
now.
have been paying into every paycheck since they've ever got their first paycheck. I'll use my veto pen to stop that as well. But if Republicans want to work together on real solutions, so lower inflation, create more jobs, build an economy that works for everyone, I'm ready. Let me close with this. Today's inflation numbers are good news about our economy. We have more work to do, but we're on the right track. We're seeing bright spots across the country where great things are happening. Roads and bridges are being built. Factories are coming online. People back to work again. Families breathing a little bit easier. That's why I can honestly say, you've heard me say this before, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, I've never been more optimistic about America's future than I am today. We just have to remember who in God's name we are. You've heard me say it many times. This is the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we work together. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
okay.
Classified material next to your Corvette, what were you thinking?
Let me, I'm going to get a chance to speak on all this, God willing, soon. But as I said earlier this week, people, and by the way, my Corvette's in a locked garage, okay? So it's not like you're sitting out in the street. But at any rate,
was in a locked garage.
yes, as well as my Corvette. But as I said earlier this week, people know I take classified documents and classified material seriously. I also said we're cooperating fully and completely with the Justice Department's review. As part of that process, my lawyers reviewed other places where documents from my time as vice president were stored, and they finished the review last night. They discovered a small number of documents of classified markings in storage areas and file cabinets in my home and my personal library. This was done in the case of the Biden Penn. This was done in the case of the Biden Penn Center. The Department of Justice was immediately, as was done, the Department of Justice was immediately notified, and the lawyers arranged for the Department of Justice to take possession of the document. So we're going to see all this unfold. I'm confident. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you.
How's the First Lady, sir? How's the First Lady?
She's doing really well. She was under a long time for 5 hours because what they were doing is would do the MOASS, meaning remove what they thought might be cancerous, and they'd have to then go back and test it and see what it was. But she's doing really well. She's up. We had breakfast this morning. She's recovering, and she's gonna be sore for a while because of the work they did on her eyes. but that's where one of these were. But she is a 0 to 1% chance of ever return of any cancer, and so thank God she's doing really well. Thank you for asking.
Wow. That's gonna make me rethink whether I'm ever gonna whisper at you guys again. I feel like he ruined my whispering. I can't do it. Like after hearing him do it, I go like, oh, I can't do that to you guys anymore. I'll veto it. No, I can't do it anymore. I can't. I don't know if I'll ever whisper again to you guys. I don't think I can do it. It made me realize how creepy it is. Don't do that anymore, Casey. Mental note to self. All right. See, Win said his whisper is creepy. Yeah, no more whispering. I'm done with that whispering. He just killed whispering for me. Papa says he whispers all the time, Casey. Yeah, that's why I'm not doing it anymore. Oh man. Any comparisons between Ortex data of May 2021 and now, or none worth mentioning? Most of the indications that I see on Ortex show that we're in a better place than we were prior to the June run up. But one of the things you have to remember too is that our outstanding float is currently higher than what it was in June as well. You'd have to go back and actually compare the data. I don't know that I have. It's really difficult to get accurate numbers now because they changed everything. So I have to go back to the past and see if I have records on it someplace where you can see what the actual float was compared to now. Because most of the places that you pull up the information now are because of the dividend is reporting numbers that are not accurate. But we can take a look at it though. Let me put it up for you. Give me 1 second here. So apples to apples, we're going to look at the same time span. So do note that the longer period of time that you're looking at, they condense information. So for example, like this little stick over here, security lending volume at 64.02 million. That didn't happen on January 2nd. If I scroll in on this just a little bit, you'll notice that these become uncompressed, and there it is right there. See how it uncompressed the data? So that 62 million was likely some portion of time all added together. But just kind of make a mental note here that the numbers that I'm going to read off to you are compressed data over specific periods of time. But let's take a look at what we got going on here. So here's your June run up right here, and of course, obviously the data is not accurate. Well, actually, it does show it still shows a high of 72.62 on here. So I guess they didn't change the charts on this. Yep, they didn't change the charts on Ortex for price moving, which is good. That's a good thing. But everything else has changed. So here's your utilization. Utilization was moving up quite a bit, up and down prior to the June run up. But it was mainly 100% starting from around April 19th to right about when it started running. You had cost to borrow. The value that it was running at just prior to the run up would have been somewhere around 13.1, whereas now we're at around 100.92. So we're at a much larger number on cost to borrow. Your on loan amount, remember this is going to be a difference compared to how many shares were actually available at the time. But back then we had 151 million shares on loan. Currently we have about 179 million shares on loan. So a larger amount of shares. Actually, I wonder if they have. Let me check some. Well, I'll check it here in a minute. Exchange reported short interest at the time, just prior to the run up in April, was somewhere around 93 million shares, and then had dipped a little bit before rising again at one of the peaker points of May. It was 102.3 million shares, and we're currently, our last reported amount right now is 113 million. Our estimated short share interest of the free float back then would have been around just prior to the run up. Looks like it would have been around 23%, and now we're currently at 21.75. Failure to delivers that were occurring back then. We were seeing a spike that, and remember this is over multiple days that are all added together. But there was a spike in failure to delivers that was around 11.73 million shares leading up to just beforehand. You can see that the overall trend is an upwards. I can't put my mouse on the top of this. Hold on a second here. I'm going to take a picture of it so that I can. You can see that the overall trend on the failure to delivers was increasing, leading into that. Actually, you know what? Let me get rid of all the other data so it's easier to see. The overall trend was on an increase leading into that after having had a pretty major spike in the January portion of time. We are in a very similar increased amount as well currently, heading upwards. The question is what's the difference now in the spikes versus back then? Well, one of those biggest numbers, like I said, was 11.73 million shares in failure to delivers. Right here, we got 12.53 million as a top. The next highest one would have been this one back here that had 8.46. Our next highest one right here is 8.23. So very, very, very similar pattern setup. The only difference is that we didn't have like a January type failure to deliver situation on our hands back here in June of this last year. So there's that. And then security lending volume that occurred leading up to that, you can see that there's a pretty big, massive spike in security lending volume. This is January right here that I'm kind of hovering over right now, and then you can see that there was a little bit of a dipping in security lending volume before starting to rise again. Let me get this. So you kind of have like this stable but large increase. You got a stable amount of security lending volume, followed by a little bit of a downtrend. And then a sharp spike upwards as those failure to delivers were kind of hitting the market. You saw a lot of changing of positions of security lending volume. As it stands right now, I would say that the overall trend is kind of on a downtrend right now, but we have had some spikes that have occurred in here, which are way higher than any spikes that we've seen from the past, leading into the June run up. Numbers wise, the security lending volume here was 151.87 million shares. This one was 164.43 million compared to this spike back here, which was 135.95. So, but you can see that, let me get rid of this. You can see that it does look like there might be a little bit of a change in direction right here. So it does seem like it may be trending back upwards without spiking. So maybe similar a little bit to what we were seeing back here, kind of, sort of, but not really. A little bit different. And was there anything else that you wanted to see there, Stephen? That's some of the major indicators. If there's any other indicators that you wanted to see, I didn't put up threshold lists, but I wouldn't expect to see a threshold list happening until after a big price move, unless there was like some massive failure delivers that occurred somewhere along the way. But I don't expect to see. There was no threshold list that occurred prior to the June run up. Yeah, you're welcome, man. No problem. Let me check real quick here. I do want to look. There might be another. They at one time they had added a few different features to this, and they might have outstanding shares. They do. They have outstanding shares in here. There you go. So you can see the bump up. This is being reported as 450 prior to the run up in AMC. There was 450.28 million shares, and so you can see that now we have about 516.884 million. So there's been a little bit of an adjustment. I guess if you want to say like 60 point what 66 million more shares now in the outstanding amount of shares prior to the June run up. So there is that difference as well. I couldn't remember if they had added shares outstanding as an option in here. I would actually trust these numbers. I've gone to some websites out there that have altered the data. For example, like if you were to just pull up Google, hold on a second here. Let me see. Let's see here. Let's put this up. If you come over here and then compare that, I think to perhaps maybe something like I like Y charts. Y charts is one of my favorite places to kind of pull like outstanding shares. Actually, the data's accurate now. Weird, because last time I pulled this on AMC, they're updated. They had updated their numbers, and they did not reflect how many were the correct amount of shares showing in the historical trends. So this is actually in agreement with what Ortex is saying, and from my memory, how I remember it, this is accurate data now. But if we go over to, for example, GME and pull that one up, I'll bet you. I wonder if GME's been corrected. Let's see if GME's been corrected or not. Shoot, where is this? Data. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, see, this is so stupid. So they're not even showing. Where is this? Hold on a second here. Um, no. Give me a second. Let me find this. Because I know before January of 2021 when GME was running, one of the things that their reported amount of outstanding shares should have been around 69,000. Nice, right? But last time I was pulling this information for GME, it did not accurately represent how many shares. Yeah, see, this is not right. So if you go back to Y charts now for GME and you look back to of January of 2021 right here, they're currently reporting 261.2 million shares outstanding for GME at that time. That is so false. That is so false. They only had like 70,000 shares and outstanding shares in January of 2021. So if it's kind of interesting because if you go over to GameStop, I'm kind of curious what Ortex is going to show for GameStop and see if theirs is jacked up or not. Let's see. It'd be interesting to see if this is worth paying for, if they actually give real data. They're showing outstanding shares to be 260 million. Yeah, see, so Ortex is jacked up too. Ortex is showing the wrong value. It was not. There wasn't 260 million shares in outstanding shares. What did they have? A 4-to-1 split. There you go. Divide 260 by 4 and you get 65 million. So yeah, even Ortex is still misreporting it as the values are not. Those are not accurate values. That's wrong. I don't know what to I don't know what to say. They've changed history. They've changed history for somehow or another. They've managed to change history. Everybody in the future who looks at these kind of things are going to go back and look at this and say like, oh, well, look, they had 269 million shares in January of 21, and it's like, no, they didn't. They didn't have come. I don't even think AMC had that many shares in January of 21. Let's see. I think I know we increased our shares. Let's see. In January 4th, AMC only had 224 million shares. So, yeah, like we didn't even have that many shares in January. So, and GME had far less shares than AMC had. I mean, that was the whole part of the lure behind, or not the lure, but one of the attractive things about GME was that the float was so low. Anyways, nitpicky things by a guy who cares about numbers, I guess. Really. It is time to take a look at the numbers again here, guys. So I need to get back on track on time. Fulcrum. That is a good word, but I don't know how to ever use it though. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll take a look. Pantheon, good morning to you. Massalorian, good morning. Let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after. You see the big tramp show back up on the page. Let me refresh some. It looks like I'm not going to have to give you the two-factor authentication speech. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, I would expect about 49% through off exchange and 11 to 12% on EDGX combined between the two. Currently on AMC, we've got 52.89%, and in the off exchange at EDGX is at 13.54. The grand total between the two, 66.43%. That's about 6.43% higher than where it should be. CHX volume, nothing unusual to note. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange 64.97%, EDGX 9.57, the combined total 74.54, 14.54% higher than it should be. GME and HYMC. GME does have some elevated volume in CHX. It's at 0.31% of their total daily volume when their 30-day average is 0.21. And HYMC, nothing, actually zero volume showing up under CHX. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 287,000 shares borrowed change for the day reported and returned, having been returned. I shouldn't say borrowed. Returned for the day. It's now 110,000 shares, so they borrowed some more shares here. Not a whole lot. It's going to maybe slightly change the short share interest of free float, but probably not by much. It's at 22.08%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26, average 275.64, and max 310.21. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.13 million shares. That's 350,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. But because of the last reported cycle being underestimated, Ortex is now showing 2.476 million more shares on loan now than previously being reported due to that the estimates being inaccurate. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago, there was 1.39 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.42 million. Not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float too much, which is at 5.35%. Cost to borrow min is at 8.6, average at 8.65, and max at 8.93. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is only down 50,000 shares, less shares on loan to 28.35 million. The only reason short share interest of the free float is reporting a lower value than what it was before is because our float has gone up by about 200,000 shares. So just note that that's the only reason why that's dropped. There was not a huge change in the amount of shares that were on loan day over day, like you may end up hearing some people end up suggesting. Not the case. Options. Highest amount of call options are at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 17.6 thousand contracts. There's now 20.3. Very large amounts of volume. I wouldn't expect to see normally more than 6,000 contracts by this time of the day. So we're looking at just a little over 3% or 3 times the amount of volume we should normally see. Taking a look at puts, highest amount of puts is at a $4.50 strike. There was 7.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 10.5. A 2-to-1, almost a 2-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts in the market, suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 for AMC. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.46. We are getting a little bit of consolidation as the J is trading on here. I'm going to zoom in on this just a little bit here and see if I can't kind of figure out where we're going to move to. I'm probably going to disclude most of this price movement right here and really kind of focus in on where we've had some level of resistance that's been happening currently. And it looks to me like we're a little bit on a consolidating wedge at this time. Potential breakout. Actually, I have a line in here. I don't know why I put this line. I don't know why this line's in here. I drew this line in here for some reason, and I have no idea. Maybe some of you guys can remember. It could have been. I think this was the price that I suggested we may see price run up to if this was a cup and handle, and it looks like it did run up to that price. If anybody remembers why I put that in there, that was a suggested price point where I think I don't know why I've got this line in here. It's right where we're at in price right now, though, at 646. Oh, I know what this is from. Hold on a second. Let me go back out to a larger time scale. Yep. All right. So this is a level of resistance that we've been seeing from the past that I drew a line through earlier. This is not a cup and handle. So this is simply a level of resistance point that we've had from the past that's that we're kind of intersecting with right now. So so this is and we've tested off of it multiple times now. Resistance here, 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 here. It's like multiple times where there's tons of resistance here. So we're finding consolidation, and we may see the breakout of that occurring, leaving out just a tip somewhere around right here. The question is which way will it break? On wedges, they're very difficult to suggest which way they're going to go. One of the best ways to look at it is take a regression trend, see which direction it's heading. If it's pointing downwards and you have falling volume, then the chances are more likely that you'll see it break to the top side, but that's not always the case. In this particular case, the regression trend is showing downwards momentum, falling price. The suggestion here would be to break out upwards. So if it does break up, we'll probably see price testing again at 663 on a combined price between AMC and Ape. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. AMC is the first one on the list here with a 59% buy to 41% sell ratio, which is almost, it's a percent away from seeing the 60-40 number minimums that I like to see. And that's about all. That's about all I see right now. I only see AMC on the list here. I don't know why I said it like that. My mind started wandering a little bit there. I was thinking about something else right now. I was thinking about the Jeep, but SSR is showing triggered for some reason or another on Ape, and I'm not sure why. They do have the right value in here, but we never actually triggered this unless it was in pre-market. I still haven't figured out why this is the case. Let me look at AMC real quick here and see if I can figure out like why it's reporting that it triggered, because we never hit 443 this morning unless it was this right here that it's flagging for, which was in the pre-market, and that doesn't cut it. That is not pre-market doesn't count. There is no SSR triggers that I know of that occur for pre-market movements. So while Stonko Tracker is saying that SSR is tripped, it is not. It would have to be happening, to my knowledge, it should only count if it's during market open hours. So do not let anybody try to convince you SSR tripped today, because I don't think that it did. Shares available to borrow for the day-to-day is currently showing up as 0 amount of shares. We have 84 shares that were returned at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And then they borrowed the 84 shares. Like, yeah, we'll take those for 108.9% fees. Yeah, kind of crazy. Ape would trip, by the way, the day, guys, at 1.278 for SSR. Looking at the market. NASDAQ is currently showing down 0.16, Dow Jones up 0.42, and S&P 500 is up 0.04. We have 3,958 advancers to 2,549 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Ethereum Classic is showing down 1.85%. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.51. US oil, or WTI, is up 4.57. Let's see here. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.44 to, or 0.46 to 0.49, and SPY is up 0.11. VIX is currently down 6.97%. VB is up 0.47, VBR is up 0.58, Tesla is down 3.17, Amazon is down 0.43, Cinemark is up 6.19, Doge is down 0.84, Bitcoin is up 1.02, GME is down 0.11, HYMC is up 6.72, Hood is down 0.31, CS is up 1.3, NCMI is up 4.13, Ape is up 7.15, and AMC is up 0.2. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today, we have about $1.5 million more in outflow than inflow. 18.67 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. After, what are we at? 111 minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for 65.59 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 40 and 60 million. I think we're going to have a very similar day in trading compared to like yesterday, maybe slightly less than what we had, but very similar. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 72.43, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.09, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.57, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.44, which is average. So we've had cooling off on the RSI for the 5, the 30, and the 1 hour. We're still a little hot here, though, on the 4-hour. But I would suggest that if I look at the day and the day is not showing overbought, which it's not at 49.72, I would suggest that the 4-hour doesn't need to cool off before we could see some more upwards momentum on AMC. Taking a look at Ape. On Ape, we have approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. 13.04 million shares traded after, 112 minutes of trading. Puts us on a pace for 45.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 30 and 50 million. I might have overestimated on volume today. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.27 million shares. That is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.6, which is above average. And on a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.84, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.14. It is steadily cooking away on every single time interval from 5 minutes to 4 hours, but not signaling overbought yet. So we have the ability to continue to run price north, which is always fun to see and stuff. You guys, if only you guys knew. Like I wish I had a better vocabulary. Well, one of these days I'm going to be edumacated and have better words for you. I like being a simpleton. It's kind of fun. Life is too complex when you make it, when you fill it with like tons of words that nobody cares about. Like fulcrum. Sam says, I can't stop thinking about how valuable Joe Biden thinks his Corvette must be. He did say the documents were actually, I don't remember what classification they had, but it sounded like they shouldn't be in the possession of just anybody, but they're with his Corvette. They're with his Corvette. I mean, that is saying something. Like, I mean, it is his Corvette after all. Not just anybody has access to Joe Biden's Corvette, apparently. It's locked up. Just like there shouldn't have been any guy probably in oh gosh, I forgot her name already. What was the old Speaker of the House's name? Nancy Pelosi. Just like was his name John Pelosi? I can't remember if it was Mr. Pelosi's first name, but just like he shouldn't have had somebody in his house that wasn't supposed to be there hitting him with a hammer. I mean, you never know. Who knows who's messing around with your Corvette? Headstock Harem says, I thought presidents can't drive anymore. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering. Like, I mean, I guess a lot of people were kind of like making a stink about the fact that it's not exactly an EV vehicle to be having a Corvette as a gas guzzler. But I guess one way you could look at it, Headstock Harem, is people could argue the other side of that and say, at least he's taking a gas guzzler off the streets because he probably doesn't drive it anymore. O'Shea says, veto in a whisper voice. So Long Jericho, no, not Long Jericho. Ready for some MOASS says Bigums was on the fence last night about the vote. I'm telling you that there's going to be people who are flip flopping because they don't. There may be more information to what it is that we're going to find out later. That's why I'm not jumping the gun and I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for more information before I start trying to decide one way or the other. I'm not going to commit to a yes or no vote until I see documentation and I watch what's happening with the price. Those two things are going to change my opinion along the way. And I don't see any reason why I should commit to any kind of yes or no kind of idea until I get more information. I'm not even going to come. I'm not even going to go there. Just going to wait. Dr. Zeno says, okay, I got you, Dr. Zeno. I'll respond to that when I go to break later, Doctor. Long Jericho says it is a 65 convertible Corvette. He bought it brand new for his 80th. Hey, he got it off the streets, man. Uh-oh. What has Blood Cell been doing? I haven't been seeing it. I don't know. I've been off of the chat for a while, not reading what it is you guys are writing. So whatever it is he's been saying, I missed it. Was he violating the rules or what's going on? What's going on, Blood? You talk to me, Blood. What's going on, man? Blarkey says, Casey, I think next week 20 plus. That's I hope so. That'd be cool. Progiller says, stop making sense, Casey. I know. It's crazy. It's really weird to me, Progiller, because I every once in a while I'll go on to like a space call and then somebody will come on and say something like really, really like normal. And every once in a while when that happens, they go like, "My God, stop making so much sense. It's just too much for me. I can't handle this. This is not the right place for making sense." And so, like, yeah, it's it's too much. It's like it's almost like exhilarating when you hear somebody actually make some sense. It's too much for the senses. Pantheon says Biggums is just exhausted with the hate. If he talks yes, then he is called the paid hedgy crony. If he talks no, then he's a shill. He's tired of getting crapped on for his opinion. You know what I think is really interesting with Pantheon is that all the people out there who are crapping on Adam Aaron and the plan for the vote have sold out. They were crying no, 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 no for the vote. Then they sold off all their Ape or all their AMC positions and starting to buy Ape and saying yes, 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 yes. And it's the funniest thing to me. It's like they don't even have a proxy in possession yet to know what's going to happen to anything at all. And they're already making decisions where they're buying and selling and stuff like that. And it's just like, are you kidding me? Like what kind of crazy kind of person does that kind of stuff? Like it's just it doesn't make any sense. Pantheon Pantheon silence blood cell again. Right off the bat. Foo starts with his childish insults, and Nana the ape times me out. Am I gonna have to go back and like read everything that he said? I don't want to have to do that. Foo dog comes in with more insults. Let's give him a chance to talk, guys. I know he's gonna have to wait 5 minutes here, but let's give him a chance. Blood cell, you're gonna have to wait 5 minutes. I just want to know I want to hear from you what it is the problem is. I understand the food dog part. I understand Nana. Let's give Blood Cell let's give me a chance to see what it is that Blood Cell's point of view is or what he's saying, and we can decide to go where from there. Hey Sam, do me a favor and send me a message on Twitter. I'm trying to find. I could have sworn that we were talking on DMs and Twitter, and I cannot find your Twitter account on my DMs. If we haven't talked through DMs on Twitter, then maybe I'm just hallucinating or whatever. But send me a message so I can talk with you real quick. I wanted to send you a message yesterday, and I couldn't send anything. I was like, son of a gun. Oh, Nana says, Casey, very disrespectful to others and asking me if I have hair on my back and what respectful woman would call herself an ape. I asked him nicely, but he comes back taunting again. Okay, all right. So he's here to harass. Let me give me a chance to let me just talk to him real quick here and just see if we can like iron things out. And if we can't, then we'll we'll say goodbye because that is kind of rude. But at the same time, though, I know he may have been getting some rude comments as well. So let's find out. Let's find out from Blood Cell if we can all get along here. Blood Cell, when you can type back in here, let me know. Is it like can the insults stop, or is this just gonna be something you're just gonna just do? And then also, I would recommend, guys, that if you're try to stay away from insulting each other, even if somebody does seem shillish, the insults doesn't really help anything. So if we could just stay away from those insults, I'd appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, blood cells flat Earth. Uh, did he admit to it? Whoa, whoa, savvy. What? Whoa. What does that mean? I don't even. That came out of nowhere. No, no, the other Sam, not Sam with a purple S. The Sam with the I don't know what that is. It looks like an upside down pentagon. No, no, no. It's not about that, Sam, at all. There was something completely different I wanted to ask you. Don't, Sam. It has nothing to do with behavior at all. Trust me. It was something completely different I wanted to ask you a question about. Trust me. It's not. It's not. I'm not here. I'm not gonna go. You need to calm down. It's nothing like that at all. It's completely benign. Bird Eye says if you didn't average up on your original Ape shares when you get converted back to AMC, wow, get shares for 2 cents. Can't even buy those. I'm a little confused by what you're saying by that, but and then Range Rider says you are correct, Casey. No telling on God's green earth what Adam Aaron's scheme comes forth this time. Well, I don't know about scheming exactly. I don't know if I want to call it that, but I think he has a plan for sure. But the question is what is the plan? And I think making any kind of decisions based off of no information whatsoever, I think is kind of reckless. But I mean, it's your shares, it's your choice. You get to make those choices. John says Bazinga giving BTC a $1 million price target by 2030. What do you think? I think that a lot of people don't understand that CBDCs are right around the corner, and that there's a lot of institutions that are pumping cryptocurrencies right now because they need to create bag holders. So I disagree. It's an SB for Sam Bankman. Savvy says I was driving and laughing until my stomach hurt. But I don't. I don't know. I don't even know what that has to do with what your comment was, Savvy. Okay. No, no, there's no personal insults, Sam. No personal insults. I expect everybody to kind of respect everyone here, you know? Like it doesn't matter. Bloodcell says I asked for if the volume bars on your chart include the volume traded on AMC or just NYSE, and Fu called me. All right, so yeah, that's kind of uncalled for, Blood. Yeah, Joe or Foo Dog, if we could just kind of like, even if you don't agree with everything that somebody says, doesn't mean you have to like, call them a sperm cell. But are the volume bars on your chart included all volume traded on AMC or just NYSE? And I believe, let me think about that for a second here. It should be all volume. Yeah, it should be all time and sales that are currently being transacted on the market. I mean, see, Darren, see that just you're like escalating, Darren. Like let's try to avoid the insults, you know what I'm saying? Like just If we can't we just all get along? Don't let them get to you. You know, if you feel like somebody's getting to you, you don't have to go to their level. Why can't we get volume separated by long and short like on Chart Exchange? I don't know, John. I really don't know. It'd be nice. Trip Provoked says group hug. Yeah, see, and I can't remember his name. Stem cell? Is it stem cell? What is it? Hold on, I'm not trying to make a joke. I simply can't remember the name. I'm scrolling back here. Hold on a second. It's blood cell. Sorry, too many people have said other things that I can't remember. So blood cell. What Nana's saying right there. How about you coming in early saying smart money sold AMC yesterday and calling us bag holders? If you're coming in here, like a direct violation of the rules for the chat. I didn't see it. And I believe Nana when she says it, and it's like so what is it? Are you here to insult the community, or is that what the intentions are? If your intentions are to just come in here and insult the community and call people bag holders, then like why? Just go away. Nobody wants to be called a bag holder at all, and that's just gonna if you don't understand why people are treating you the way that they're treating you. And if you're saying that you didn't say that, I believe that Nana is right that you probably did say something like that, and so why would you expect that people would give you any kind of respect if you're going to sit there and call them bag holders? No, I'm not, Darren. I'm not holding. I'm trying to de-escalate is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying. Maybe I'm feeling a little bit more lenient to it than normal, but I'm trying. Mr. Finance is saying, "Holy crap, is this coddle the child hour?" Yeah, it feels like it. It certainly does kind of feel like it. You might not be wrong, ABC. Darwin says, where does AMC have to hit before it runs up? One of the numbers that I've always kind of had in mind, Darwin, is $20 was kind of a magic number for me for the past. But you have to realize that the charts have, after the dividend occurred, the charts changed everything, and that number may be lower now. For example, if I take you over to the screen here and I just kind of show you on AMC the daily, there's if I scroll out a little bit here, there's a very specific, is it show here? It's not showing here. I have to pull over Trading View here. Give me just a second. Oh, that's the wrong one. Not that one. Pull up just AMC. Yeah, here we go. So on AMC here, if I pull up the, I think it's the daily that I've got on this. I've got this like red line that kind of goes through here. That's been this very strong level of support and resistance that we've seen from the past, especially with the charts having been adjusted for the dividend. And it's a very strong possibility that that number is the magic number, which is $7.65. But if that would be the case, it would be just for AMC alone. That would likely be the new value. But I don't. I mean, a lot of people will probably be like, "Dude, we were over 765 before." Yeah, I know. I mean, you can see after the dividend, we were definitely. Let's see, October would have been, or August would have been back here, and you can see how quickly they tried to drive price down underneath that value. It tested and resisted 765 once since then. I have a feeling that there may be something to this 765 going forward, though, where if we do break through that and we break through it very strongly, there could be kind of something similar to like what happened back here. But I'm still holding to the idea of $20 for combined price between AMC and Ape. I'm still looking for a number around there. Things have changed since the dividend, and it's very, very difficult to know exactly where the pressure points are. Hey, Sam, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you trying to take the step and trying to, repair things between you and Pantheon. I really do. Thank you. Casey, is that combined or it was just AMC on that one? But again, like I said, we've already been above that 765 value, so it may not necessarily run right afterwards, but you could see that it does appear to be a point of resistance and support that has been very heavily tested throughout the history of the stock after the conversion. It's a converted lowered adjusted price for support and resistance. Apex says run will start when AMC hits 765 and Ape hits 432. Yeah, I see where you're going with that. 765 432. Nice. Wait a minute. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What is 279 would be 36.5% of that first number. That might actually be the real number. $2.79. Um, where did where I keep forgetting. Is it Blood Cell? Let me see if Blood Cell's still here. I feel like he hasn't responded back. Yeah, he's here. He's still here. Come on, Blood Cell, talk to me, man. I just want to know. I just want to know if you're gonna harass the community or what. Thanks, Yucca Frida. Appreciate that. The phone number. Jathan says, "What about the historical battles of 801?" Um, it's a whole different beast now, Jathan. I know what you're saying. There were some very definite battles around those points, but I think a lot of things have changed right now. I think one of the things you have to remember is that this entire market is vast, and the pressure being applied to institutions who hold short positions are affected by market movement across the board. So when we're just looking in at AMC and looking at specific prices and saying where's the pressure point of causing institutions to start failing, it's not as easy as that. It's not just one specific price that's gonna cause failure in an entire system. It's gonna be the entire system that causes failure. So it's a much bigger picture, and you have to kind of think a lot larger than that. And I don't think that it's a static number that stays that way forever. I think it's kind of a moving number, but it's very difficult for us to know what that is because there's so much changing. The environment's changing constantly, and there's just really no way for us to know definitively. Yeah, David, I can't see who's here and who's not commenting. Yes. So you're telling me dark pool off exchange volume is included in the volume bars on your chart? Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me just verify. But I'm pretty certain that it is. One second here. I gotta refresh this. I'm gonna take a rough estimate here and see if it's close. Uh, yeah, for the most part, that is correct. I'm getting 19.22 million showing up on the reporting exchanges that are being reported as of right now. I did leave a couple exchanges out that didn't really account for a whole lot, but it's really darn close. I'm showing 19.2 million, and right now it's showing 20.53. So there's not much of a difference between the reported amounts. And if it is, it's likely due to the fact that one's just probably not a live tracker. Like the off exchange amounts is probably not a live tracker, and it's probably a few minutes behind, which means that the fact that it's reporting 19 point something million, 19.2 million, which is just about a million shares less. If you added up a million shares worth of traded shares, it would probably show you how far back it's reporting is off by. And it might tell you exactly how far back. So yes. Darren says, rough estimate. We expect professional advice here. thanks, thanks, Darren. Appreciate that. That made me laugh pretty good. Oh man. I didn't say this earlier, guys. You guys remember every once in a while, some of you may know, and some of you may not know Doug. He comes on Fridays and talks every once in a while, and his wife is having a baby. Her name's Scarlett Rose. I don't have the Discord pulled up here, but his wife had the baby. I'm going back in Discord here to look at the. I'll toast later to this, but Scarlet Rose, born 6 pounds 12 ounces, 20 inches long. Yesterday at 7. He posted this yesterday at 7:33 p.m. At night. So and she's a cutie. I made a joke, and I got my wife to approve it first because I put in there. I said. What did I say? I said, that's so awesome, Doug. Congrats. Now get those guns all ready to polish. She's going to be a heartbreaker. She's a real little cutie here. I had to ask my wife if that was okay to say first because I was like, is it okay to say that kind of thing? Like, is that a nice way to say that you have she's cute? I didn't want to say she's cute. It sounds weird, but I was like, yeah, I think it's a great name too, Hazel. Scarlet Rose, it's a very, very good name. I think names mean a lot. I really do. I'm kind of one of those people that believes that a name kind of makes a little bit a person who they are, and which is why Yucca Frida is the way that he is. I'm gonna get you back, Yucca. I'm getting you back because you're getting me, man. You're needling me all the time. I'm gonna get you back. But this is I really do feel like that a name does make a person, or has at least affects who a person is, and I think Scarlet Rose is a great name. I think it sounds really good. It flows real well. Um, he did a good job with the name there. Savvy says she's just absolutely beautiful. I'll show a picture. Actually, I guess I could show a pic. I hope he posted in Discord. It should be okay. I can't imagine it wouldn't be okay if he. There she is, right there. Oh, what a little cutie. I mean, I'm glad that I'm past that whole stage of having babies. Every once in a while, you see a baby picture, it makes you want to have another one, and this one actually really kind of does. But at the same time, I'm 46 years old, and I'm like, I don't know. The funny part is that Doug is, I think he's like 45 or 46, so he's gonna get to see. He's gonna be he's got a few years of diapers ahead of him here. Apex says my parents named me Apex, and I turned out just fine. Sir Holdington says, well, great. My name is Steve. You just don't want to have Ken Griffin for a name right now. I think you're probably okay with Steve. Wasn't Scarlett on G.I. Joe? Yes, absolutely. My guess, Sam, is through ultrasound. Savvy says I named my kid Tag. It fits him. Very naughty, but a sweetheart. Tag, you're it. Diamond Gal says just get a dog. Diamond Gal, I don't even want to go through the whole like puppy accidents again. I'm just kind of done. I feel like I'm at that point in my life where I'm done with all that. Like I don't want to clean up other somebody else's poo besides my own. I just don't want to. I don't want to deal with that anymore. I'm done with it. I'm just done with the whole stuff. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm tired of singing the Star Spangled Banner. By the way, for new parents, and if Doug's listening, hopefully he is, but I don't know if I hope he really isn't listening. But if he is listening, Doug, when you go to change the diaper, sing the Star Spangled Banner. it provides you the exact amount of time that you need to change the diaper. It requires you to take long breaths through the mouth, and you probably will never ever smell anything. So, and at the same time, you get to teach your kid the Star Spangled Banner while they're growing up, and so it's like go America. Darren says Casey, mine looked like that 27 years ago. They grow up fast, don't they? Don't they, Darren? They really do. Casey doesn't clean up poo, he flings it. Oh, and the diaper genie is a miracle. Make sure you have a diaper genie, Doug. Like if there's two things that I always like to buy, like whenever they have like the baby showers, the two things that I always buy parents is the teething rings or gel that goes with that, or I'll buy a diaper genie. I think those are like probably like the biggest lifesavers that anybody could possibly own. Diamond Gal, how's it going? You don't blame me. Thank you, thank you. Apex says, anytime we're out and about, when I spot an unruly kid in a store, I stand back and watch the show as if they are being told it's the last call and they gotta leave and just don't wanna. Zoro says Ape is picking up some momentum. It's more like just continuously carrying on momentum. Barry, I'm sorry for your loss, but they are man's best friend. But sometimes I like to I want to travel eventually, and I just don't think having a dog is going to be conducive to taking a trip unless it was a small dog and I was driving. Casey and the Masters of the Universe. You know what? He-Man was I don't care what anybody says, man. I liked He-Man growing up. I don't care. I'll admit it. Yeah, and it is odd to go back and watch, and a little cringe factor in there, but it's not how we saw it when we were kids, when we were innocent. I never had gnats with the diaper genie, O'Shea. Never had that problem. Hedgies do not want AMC over 5. Is it true institutions won't buy a stock under $5? I don't think that's true. Oh man, Ken, that's gross. That's gross. It's just gross. No pun intended, but that is gross. Well, Shay, I want to be able to say at least one time in my life that I tried it. Even though I know what you're saying is probably true, uh, there's sometimes you just gotta try it out to find out for sure that it's not right for you. Dre Mullen says, Dre, good to see you again, by the way. I'm a Skeletor fan. Deuce says the He-Man toys were mind-blowing in those days. I never quite understood like why their chest specifically had to have that little spinning thing that would show damage when they got hit. Because like, I don't know, it was kind of a gimmicky thing, but Yeah, they were all right. I like GI Joes better personally because you know if you were mechanically inclined, you could take the screw out of the back of the chest or out of their back and then swap out like arms and legs and heads for torsos and whatnot. Those were really kind of fun. I don't remember if we could have done. I think actually I was doing that on He-Man characters as well, but you had to like. It was a little more complex because you had to like separate their waist from their legs. It was kind of weird how you did it, and then you had to undo like a rubber band. It was a little more difficult. Sorry, Thick. You can blame it on blame it on why am I not remembering the name now? Yucca Frida. I totally forgot the name. Sorry, Yucca. Forgot your name. I just wanted to hear you say my name correctly. You know, Ken, I don't want to call you gross. It's like it's so much better to say gross because it's just I don't know, man. I don't want to call you gross. Ooh, Power Rangers. You're the young guy. I'm just teasing. Yeah, those Power Rangers, those are something else, aren't they? How about them Power Rangers? It's just good to see you again, Dre. That's all. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Let's go ahead and do that so I can head out to break here. Let me just read through the last of what it is you guys are saying. Gross meanings large in German. Oh, I did not know that. Huh. I guess it kind of makes sense, like a gross weight. I guess I get that. Dude, or if you're only like 9 years younger than me, there's no way like, well, I guess that actually kind of makes sense. I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me though. I'm just getting old to the point to where like that seems young now to me. 37. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let's see what we got going on here. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to give you guys the two-factor authentication speech. Let me just verify. Oh wow, you guys got lucky. No two-factor authentication speech. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 61% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we currently have 53.55% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 13.01 for combined total 66.56%. That's 5.56% higher than where it should be. CHX has nothing really unusual to report. Ape off exchange is currently at 66.45%. Heavily being used in the off exchange. EDGX is at 8.69. Combined total 75.14%. That is 14.14% higher than it should be. CHX volume, nothing unusual to report. GME has elevated CHX volume. It's at 0.32% of the total daily volume when they normally see about 0.21%. So it is elevated, but not very much. HYMC, no volume through CHX. Taking a look at Vortex data, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 110,000 shares having been returned. We now currently have 395,000 shares having been returned. That might slightly lower the estimated short share of the interest of the free float to 22.06%. Cost per min is at 7.26, average 275.64, and max at 310.21. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.13 million shares. That's 350,000 shares less on loan today than there was previously. The total amount of estimated short interest is showing 2.476 more volume than there was previously. But the reason for that is because they were underestimating over the last 15 trading days. So we saw a big jump up in the amount of short interest that's out there. On Ape, the current amount on loan is at 179.13 million. On Ape, earlier an hour ago, we had a reporting of 1.42 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.84 million. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 5.32%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.94, average 8.14, and max at 8.93. Some of you may be going 5.32% short share interest of the free float. Weren't we at 7% yesterday? Yes, but also in the last 15 days, we've seen that the float has increased. I believe the most current reported float amount. Give me just 1 second here while I look it up. I think the float that's being reported currently is at 702.75 million shares. So the amount of shares that changed that were on loan day over day only changed by 50,000 shares returned. So the reason that the short share interest of the free float dropped was not because of a bunch of shares being returned. It was because the float increased. Taking a look at shares on loan, by the way, it's at 28.35 million shares. Taking a look at the call options, an hour ago at $5 strike, we had 20.3 thousand contracts for the calls. It's now 22.2. And on the puts, at a $4.50 strike an hour ago, there was 10.5 thousand contracts. There's now 12.7. Not quite a 2-to-1 ratio, but almost on the calls versus the puts. Market suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.53. We did break out upwards on the consolidation period of time. It was a little bit earlier than I would have anticipated, but it did move the direction that I kind of felt that we would see. I feel like in the grand scheme of things, we're really seeing, like, if I were to just kind of draw out something, I can't really. I'm kind of making up like where this may break to, but I really feel like what we're kind of doing right here is doing a big consolidation day. End of day would be, let's see, 4 o'clock, so 1600 hours. We're likely going to consolidate within somewhere between 635 and 663 between the two prices of the two stocks. And I would suggest that by the closing time of the end of today, that will probably be right in between those somewhere. So if I were to draw this this wedge out, I would probably put it like this and suggest that we're probably going to see that continued level of kind of consolidation in here for at least today. I don't expect to see a breakout of this wedge, this larger sized wedge that I've got drawn out now. If it does break out, with the increased volume and the price running up, I think we should continue to run upwards more. It would put us into some higher Fibonacci retracement levels, and where we might see actually price rise again. Probably not as far this next time. Might only be to like that 685 level. I know there's getting to be a lot of lines on here, so I might have to clean this up in a little bit. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for. AMC is on the list here with a 59% buy to 41% sell ratio. Almost to the 60-40 level that I want to see as a bare minimum, but I'll take what I can get as long as it's more buying than selling pressure. GME and Ape are not on the list, likely due to low volume. SSR is saying that it's tripped for AMC. It is not tripped. It tripped in the pre-market and hit lower than 443, but it did not happen during trading hours. That means that it is not. It did not trip SSR for the day-to-day. Shares available to borrow. There currently 0 shares amount of available to borrow at 1 o'clock in the morning. There was 84 shares that became available to borrow. They borrowed those within 12 minutes, and then those fees that were charged for those 84 shares was 108.9% fees. So sad. It must suck to have to borrow at those kind of rates. I'm just saying. Let's see here. NASDAQ is currently up 0.37%. Dow Jones is up 0.72%, and S&P 500 is up 0.39%. We currently have 4,384 advancers to 2,139 decliners. The market is advancing over declining. We currently have, hold up a second here. Ethereum Classic is showing down 1.88%. The US dollar is currently down 0.68. Oil is up 5.82. Mortgage-backed securities up anywhere from 0.47 to 0.5, and SPY is up 0.41. VIX is down 8.77. VB is up 0.88. VBR is up 0.97. Tesla is down 1.88. Amazon is up 0.08. Cinemark up 6.45. Doge is down 0.63. Bitcoin is up 1.16. GME is up 0.79. HYMC up 8.31. Hood is up 0.29. CS is up 1.88. NCMI is up 4.13. Ape is up 8.86. And AMC is up 1.81. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we're almost evened up on inflow versus outflow. Just about $100,000 more on outflow currently, which is a drastic difference than where we were at an hour ago. 22.32 million shares having been traded on AMC so far for the day-to-day after 165 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 52.75 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 40 and 60 million. That looks like it's going to probably hold good. We might be on the low side of that. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 77.61, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 62.14, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with some whipsaw kind of going on here a little bit on the indicator. RSI at 56.46. Which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.63, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ape. Ape is showing about $1.1 million dollars more outflow than inflow. 16.91 million shares having been traded so far after 166 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 39.72 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 30 and 50 million. Very good chance I may have slightly overestimated today. Probably should have gone 25 to 45, but we'll see. On a 4-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 67.99. Which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there is more buying. Hold on a second. More selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 68.64, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 67.25, which is above average. We have a TD9 that's being printed here, and we are hugging the top side of the Bollinger Band, which usually means price will fall back down to the simple moving average, which is about 144. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 69.38, 67.11, 69.38, it's changing, which is almost signaling overbought. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Oh man, Darren, I used to love Airwolf growing up. That was one of my favorite. And then my brother got the helicopter for Christmas or something like that. I was so jealous. What did that? You know what else he got? It seemed like he always got the really good, cool gifts. And man, I think every sibling probably feels that way. He probably always liked the ones that I got, and I always liked the ones he got. But man, I wanted Airwolf so bad. I love that helicopter. Pantheon says, I counted all the 2023 Form 4s for the Equity Incentive Plan January releases. More Form 4s will be issued yet. The new AMC Class A common stock shares outstanding is now 517, 317, 339. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that. Thank you very much. Where am I going to put this? I'm going to put this down maybe here. Thank you very much. I'm kind of curious what their, yeah, so it's a little increased. No, I didn't like the Flying Nun. I watched a bit of Knight Rider. Love the A-Team. I did like Knight Rider. I'm not saying I didn't like it. I just didn't watch it all the time. But I really did like it though. Dukes of Hazzard, man. Yeehaw! I can't even. I love the Dukes of Hazzard. And I want to say it's mainly because of Daisy Dukes. That really was that was like kind of like the best part. I love some Buck Rogers. Beady beady beep. Love Buck Rogers. That was a good one too. Yeah, Carl's like Daisy Dukes. Yep. Barry Electronics says I am the youngest of five, so I got all the hand downs. Oh man, that sucks. I really didn't watch a whole lot of Magnum PI. I didn't really care for that too much. I think I might have been too young for it. Chris says, do you think some of us stuck at a high number will ever be able to break even? I do. I think you'll more than break even. But I also have to say this, Chris. You can't ask me and expect that to be your answer. You need to do the due diligence that tells you what it is that you need to know about whether what you're holding is a good investment or a bad investment. That's something that you need to take upon yourself to really figure out and understand why it is that you're holding what it is that you're holding. It can't be me telling you you'll make your money back and then some and you being like, oh, well, that's all I need for a reason to hold. You need more than that, Chris. You've got to do your own due diligence, understand what it is that you're a part of here, because it's not it really can't come down to me saying yes or no to a question like that and having that be a good enough answer for you. You really need to do your homework. Transformers and GI Joe were definitely favorites. Greatest American Hero is another favorite. Look at the VIX. I know, man. 8.96% down at 19.2. It doesn't make any sense right now. It really makes no sense whatsoever. That's the 801 question, Casey. Papa says I use my 8-ball to pick stocks. 97%? How is that even possible? I don't even know how you could be down 97%. What was our highest? Hold on a second here. I feel like that's a little disingenuous about 97% unless you did. The only thing I can think of is that you would have. Our highest was 77.26. So let me do some math. Let's see here. So we'll just put in that. Yeah, I don't know about that. That seems a little ridiculous because, I mean, even if you bought at the very highest point right now at you have to remember that you have to add AMC and Ape together unless you sold those positions and you would have made money at some point or another. So you're definitely being disingenuous on that percentage because there's just no way. If you add AMC and Ape together right now, it's $6.56. When you do the math on that, the most you could have lost was 91.5% from the very, 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 very top. Like you literally would have bought every single share at like 77.26, and you still couldn't be at the percentage that you're giving. So so something happened along the way to where maybe you may have sold a position or something like that. But that's really disingenuous. Yeah. 87%, sorry. I mean, you got I mean, the numbers make a difference. When you're sitting there saying you've lost 92 or 94% or something like I don't even remember what you said now, but it's being a little disingenuous. But the thing is, Chris, is that you haven't lost anything until you sell, right? That's when you lose. So the theoretical amount of money that you've lost so far is 87%. But even if it is 87%, that's still like to get to those numbers. I mean, you really bought like at the super top. Because let me just see here. You would have had to bought at like 72, 67. Nope. Okay, you didn't buy really super high at the top. You probably bought around like uh, 50, 52 or 53-ish. At 87%, you would have bought in at around $52 a share, which was definitely more reasonable and would make some sense. But um, yeah, man, I know. I know it. I understand. Welcome to a bear market. What is your opinion on all the big YouTubers that would stream nothing but AMC that have completely disappeared? There's only a few left. TMI, really. Um, what's my opinion on it? Hmm. I would say I think my opinion is that um, a lot of the people who started YouTubing for AMC, I think, who were heavily monetized, got to a point to where they were starting to live a lifestyle that required them to continue to monetize and make money in order to continue to have that lifestyle. And I actually know quite a few of them who've actually done this. They legitimately quit their jobs and made it all about what it was that they were streaming and trying to live a life off of that earned income off of their YouTube. If they start losing viewers and they're no longer making as much money as they were through the viewers, then they're going to have to do something different. So my suggestion to you, and I think across the board that's kind of almost the case. If I were to show you like a subscriber level of viewers over time, it very matches very well the price movement. And so if they've been losing viewers over time because of the fact that they're sticking to AMC without doing something different, then they run the risk of not being able to live the lifestyle that they were living in the past. So they have to do something different. And I think that would be probably my suggestion is that a lot of people have changed what it is that they've done because they want to continue to live the lifestyle that they were living previously. So that's that's my take on it. And if you don't like the idea that people are making money off of their content that they're making or what they're putting out, and that they want to continue to live the lifestyle that they're living, and so they got to change things up, then I don't know what to tell you, but that's how kind of YouTube works. YouTube does some strange things to people by forcing them into positions to where, in order to continue to make money and making it a lifestyle or living, then they're forced to change their habits or what it is that they're saying or doing. So it almost makes you kind of disingenuous in a way, right? It promotes you to be something that you aren't. So if one day you say that you're a Mercedes Benz, and then and then another day, you know, and that makes you money saying you're Mercedes Benz, and then all of a sudden you're by saying you're Mercedes Benz you start losing interest, and then you say that you're a Pinto the next day. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. I don't know. And all of a sudden you start getting more interest because you're saying you're a Pinto. Then you're just going to start calling yourself a Pinto. I don't know. Whatever it is you want to throw in there for calling yourself, but it changes people. It really, really changes people. It's one thing. I actually was talking with my wife about this just last night. If there's one particular thing that I've learned about this entire YouTube experience, one thing is that YouTube changes content creators. It changes them. It really does. The very first time you meet me in person will not be like what it seems like I am here on this YouTube channel. It'll be different. It'll be awkward. It'll be me being Casey, the real Casey, that's the Casey in a personal setting with people. It's different. It's just different. I don't know how to describe it to you other than the fact that you're different. That's the one thing that's taught me. Good or bad, you have to decide. Yucca Frida says, Casey, the one thing you've learned is never trust Yucca. Hey, I gave you a wrench. I trust you. Food dog, I don't need a hug. It's not a bad thing. What I'm saying is not a bad thing. I'm not saying I need a hug. What I'm telling you is it changes people. If you think YouTube doesn't change a person, I'm here to tell you that's I don't believe that. I believe that YouTube does change people. Papa says never meet your heroes. Steven says, Casey, when we meet, I want you to still give me the numbers on AMC face to face. Sure, okay. I don't know if it'll come across the same way, but we can try. CD says when we meet, we can still talk about cars, scuba diving, and guns. Absolutely, but I may not carry on the conversation very well, but I'll try. How have I changed? Um, so like yesterday, Sammy boy, one of the things I was talking about yesterday was, as I said, I've never gotten compliments from people before saying that, uh, or maybe you guys didn't hear this, but on Discord, Airman gave me a really nice compliment yesterday on Discord, and he says we need more men like you in this world, or he said, yeah, he said we need more men like you, and I was like, I've never gotten a compliment like that before in life. Nobody's ever said that to me. So I have to analyze that and say, okay, why would somebody say that to me on YouTube when I do a YouTube channel versus in real life, living life? And I think the answer to that is that how people perceive me in real life in person is not the same way that people perceive me as here on YouTube. So I don't know where the disconnect is. I don't know why things are different. I don't know why I can be a different, maybe come across as a different person on YouTube than I can in real life. Maybe it's because I feel comfortable talking to a computer screen and not actually seeing faces in front of me. I don't know. I don't know what the difference is. All I can tell you is it's different. It's completely different. Apex says Casey is living proof he was a little girl before he started this channel. wait, wait, I want to give you a bobblehead Ross moment to that statement. Hold on a second here.
Anything we don't like, we'll turn it into a happy little tree or something. Because as you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents.
Damn you, Bob Ross. You're always right. That's right. I'm no longer a little girl. I can be whatever I want to be. It's weird though. It is weird. But I'm telling you guys that um, I'm not monetized, right? So there's nothing. The money aspect for me doesn't change who I am. But I can tell you right now that the money aspect for some people does change who they are, and you need to remember that. Anytime that you're watching somebody who's on YouTube, that money factor will play a part in who it is that they are and what it is that they have to say. I promise you. I cannot begin to express to you how much I have seen people change in this community because of the fact that because of the money that's involved, and I've seen it. I've seen it do things to people that I never thought it would do. I just didn't. I've seen people go bad. I've seen them go really, really bad, really, really fast. And I'm not going to say names or anything like that, but I have seen multiple instances of YouTube personalities in this community who have gone from a good person to a bad person. And it all has to do with the money. Sammy Boy says, one thing I've learned, Casey Shaw, during all this is that community matters, period. That's really what I've tried to stress the most, Sammy Boy, because I don't want to change anything. I don't want to change who I am, what I say, what I do, or anything. And so I try to make this more about you guys making this a community, right? Because then it doesn't matter what I say or what I do. It matters that you feel that you have a safe place to come to and to watch the stock prices and see what's happening. So Steven says, my YouTube channel is also not monetized. Lots of people want to live full time on YouTube, which is usually a bad idea. Dude, it changes people, dude. It totally changes people, Steven. And there was somebody who was on this live stream in the chat comments who told me that they wanted to start a YouTube channel. I said, I'll help you. I'll help you start it. I said, but I gotta warn you that if you think this is about making money on YouTube, you need to check yourself, because it may change who you are as a person to try to make content that's going to make you money. And you need to be careful about that, because it can happen. It absolutely can happen. Yeah, I'm not giving any names, David. Unfortunately, you're going to have to take a trust me bro on this. Not taking any names. What's our safe word, Casey? I don't have one. I don't need no safe words. All right, I'm gonna take a break, guys. I'm kind of heading out of here a little bit late, but it was a kind of a serious question, and I felt like I needed to kind of give it like a serious answer. But and I know Sam just put in a message in there and then immediately deleted it. I don't know what you wrote, Sam, because I didn't see it in time. But I'm sure Sam probably wanted to make a comment about the monetization, or maybe the money and how it changes people or causes them to be different. But yeah, I mean it's true, guys. It's really true. It does stuff to people, man. Diamond Gal says, I can just say that, Casey, you have brought so much fun in the morning to our house. Even our dogs like to listen to you. Well, that's good. I like dogs. All right, I'm gonna go to break. I'm gonna come back at. I'm still gonna come back at 12:10. I didn't eat. I drank a coffee earlier, so I'm kind of full right now. I don't really feel like eating, so I don't need a big break time. But yeah, I literally had this conversation with my wife just last night, and we were talking about I don't know. I'm out. I got to take a break, and then I'll see you guys back in 12:10. And as I'm putting up the message here, I'll just say what it is I was going to say. But my wife watches a couple different YouTubers for makeup stuff, and I'll watch them with her, just because I think it's kind of fun to learn stuff that I don't know about. And so we were talking about how, like, content creators, it doesn't matter what it's for. It could be for makeup, it could be for cars, it could be for, you name it, whatever it is that they do. That person tends to change over time when they start making a lot of money doing YouTube. It doesn't matter. It could be stocks. It could be talking about toys. It could be doing whatever the channel is. I mean, look at them. Look, what is it? SVTV? Like, look how much they've changed over time. Go, my kids, my kids, and the only reason I bring that one up is because my kids watch it all the time, and it's like, I go like, these guys are crazy. I think it's called SVTV or something. I forget what it's called, but you probably know what it is I'm talking about. And when you watch them over time, you go back and you look at it, and it's like they've just basically, like, they turned into this, like, I don't know. It's weird. It's just weird. Changed them. All right. I will see. Yeah, don't do make. David says, don't do makeup, please. Yeah, I don't plan on doing makeup. Don't worry. To be very honest with you, David, I've decided that when AMC is done, when we no longer are here doing what it is that we're here to do, I'm done. YouTube's not going to be a thing for me. So I don't want to be a YouTuber. That's not what I desire in life. So I'll see you guys at 12:10. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. It's time to take a look at the numbers and see where we're at for the day today. Deborah, I just I put up a message. I don't know if you're watching or if you can see what it is I wrote, but I put I'm sure that the email that you sent me wasn't stupid, but it will take me a little extra time to get to those because I usually don't get to my emails like every single day, but I will eventually get to them. I promise. Just takes time. Let's see. Like I didn't even check them on break right now. I had too much stuff to look through on Discord and Twitter. All right, let's see what it is that we got going on here. See where we're at for the day today. I'm going to go over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts, specific thoughts for me, until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. And you're getting the speech. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could be something that could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. Always good to have extra level protection. That's what my mom always told me. I'm just kidding. She never said that. This you should have. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding again. Let's see here. So, but when you do set that up, make sure you have a secondary device set up on there in case something happens to your primary. You still have access to getting into your account. Also, while you're at it, guys, it's not a bad idea to be taking a picture of your portfolio at least once, maybe even twice a week, or even daily. Daily wouldn't be bad either. So, any one of those three things would, or any of those, all those things above would be good for you. Wow, I'm looking at combined price of AMC and Ape, and it's actually doing way better than I would have anticipated right now. It's really kind of cool. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here for the numbers. As far as off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect about 62% going through AMC and Ape. Combined, or sorry, what am I saying? My attention is completely focused on the price movement that's happening right now. Let me start over. Off exchange and EDGX, I would expect to see about 62% combined between them. Let's see, we've got 55.22% on off exchange. EDGX is at 12.86. Combined total is 68.08%. That is about 6%. I got to take you guys over to the other page. Hold on. This is just, it's moving quick. I got to see which one it is. Let's see here. I got all these pages moved over. I got to move them back aside here real fast. Hold on a second. Move. Which one is it? AMC is at 520. It's Ape. Ape's the one moving. I knew something was moving. All right, I'll take you guys back over. I had to see that. I had to see it from my own eyes. Back to the numbers. Sorry, I got distracted. I was seeing things in the peripheral of my vision, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. All right, where are we at here? I'm so distracted. Off exchange for AMC, 55.26, 12.86 for EDGX, combined total 68.12. That is 6.12% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume, nothing unusual to note there. Taking a look at Ape, currently we're at 67.77% off exchange volume. So we're ripping right now, even with high exchange volume. And 8.51 for EDGX, 76.28%. That's 14.28% higher than what it should be by this time of the day. And CHX volume, nothing unusual to report there. On GME, let's see. Nothing unusual about CHX volume right now. It's actually kind of falling back down to the normal 30-day average is at 0.28. Normal 30-day average is 0.21. So it is kind of coming back down a little bit as the day continues on. HYMC still has 0 shares traded through CHX for the day. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago on Ortex, it was reporting a return of 395,000 shares for the day. It's now 462,000 shares. It's going to have a very small impact in decreasing the short share interest, the free float to 22.05%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26. Cost of our average at 277.45%, max at 310.21%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.13 million shares. That's a decrease of 350,000 shares day over day on loan. However, the short share interest of the free float percentage rose due to the underreported amount of short interest that there was. The exchange reported short interest that just came in increased the average to make it 2.476 million additional shares of short interest, more than what was being estimated, which is quite a lot. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 1.84 million shares having been returned. It's now 2.13 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering that short share interest of the free float to 5.3%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.94, average 8.14, and max at 8.93. Shares on loan for the day-to-day, day-over-day only decreased by 50,000 shares. However, the short share interest of the free float dropped by almost 2%. But the reason for that is that the entire free float increased by quite a lot since the last estimated reporting of short interest, and so that ends up lowering that short share interest of the free float. Taking a look at options, highest amount of options at a $5 strike for AMC an hour ago had 28.9 thousand contracts. It's now no, I apologize, 22.2 thousand contracts. It's now 27.3. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there's 12.7 thousand contracts. There's now 14.5. Market suggesting closing price on AMC somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the week, or day, rather. Currently, we have a combined price of AMC and Ape at $6.83. I suggested to you guys that we would be trading with inside this wedge until the very end of the day today, and would likely not see a breakout before then. However, I am really wrong on this. The initial breakout of this thinner portion of consolidation wedge that we had going on this morning, I projected to kind of maybe break out at this point right here. We broke out of that. That earliest time that I would have predicted it would have broke out by was about 12:35-ish, 12:36 Eastern Standard Time, and it actually broke out more around 12:05. So I was off by about 30 something minutes. And then all of a sudden, price continued to break past the Fibonacci retracement of 663 level of resistance, retested it, and then continued to move on to the next one at 686, and is now testing 686 and trying to push through that one as well. Really phenomenal to see this kind of price movement. It is unusual to see an ascending, come on Case, draw that right. It is unusual to see an ascending parallel channel, which this is, breaking to the top side, and is very often most attributed to the backside, or the it's usually, I would normally attribute it to being the backside of a cup and handle, which I've mentioned to you guys before. If we zoom out here to maybe like a 1 hour chart and see where that kind of falls in regards to like a, boy, this is a hot mess in here. Let me get rid of some of this. In regards to that cup and handle, it could potentially be this right here. If that's the case, then we may see price fall back down to maybe like a 616 combined before taking back off and seeing newer highs. We'll watch it and see what happens, like we always do. we're always watching. What are you talking about, Casey? It's all we buy, we hold, we watch. I gotta add that onto the Vend, where we buy, we hold, and we watch and watch as we screw the hedgies. That's gonna be like the new thing. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME. What do we got going on here? We got AMC's on the list here first with a 57% buy to 43% sell ratio. It's kind of moving down a little bit from where the higher, we had a little bit higher buy sell ratio than earlier. AMC and Ape and GME are not on the list, likely due to low volume. SSR did not trigger, even though it says on Stonko Tracker that it did. It only happened in the pre-market. That doesn't count. It has to happen in the during market trading hours. So SSR did not trip for the day. It's at 443 is where it would have tripped at. 1.278 is where Ape would have tripped. We have not seen any additional shares than the 84 shares borrowed at 1 o'clock in the morning this morning at 108.9%. We haven't seen anything borrowed since then, according to Stonko Tracker. Oops, that didn't go there. And let's see where we're at here. NASDAQ is currently showing up 0.72. Dow Jones is up 0.84, and the S&P 500 is up 0.61. We have 4,648 advancers to 1,901 decliners. The market is cooking with bacon grease and looking hot and tasty right now. We're killing it. We're absolutely killing. The market's killing it right now. Ethereum Classic is up 1.02. I know a lot of other cryptos are up as well right now. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 1.05% and down to 102.1. WTI, or oil, is up 5.82%. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere between, hold on a second, I want to give you an accurate number here, 0.74 to 0.77%, and the SPY is up 0.64. VIX is currently showing down 9.15%. VB is up 1.22. VBR up 1.28. Tesla is down 1.85. Amazon is up 0.62. Cinemark is up 8.66. Doge is up 2.43. Bitcoin is up 4.81 at 18.8 a coin. GME is up 3.29. HYMC is up 9.09. Hood is up 1.45, CS is up 2.17, NCMI is up 4.13, Ape is up 12.32, and AMC is up 5.69%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC. There's approximately 1.9 million more dollars in inflow than outflow. 28.26 million shares traded so far for the day today. There's a lot of volume pumping through right now. Let me see what kind of pace we're on here. Let's see. We've traded for 234 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 47.11 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 40 and 60 million. It's looking like that's going to be a possibility. On the 4-hour time interval here, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 85.04, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.76, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.23, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.82, which is above average. On Ape, there's approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow for the day today on Ape. We have 23.64 million shares traded so far after 235 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 39.23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we might see somewhere in the range of 30 to 50 million shares. So that may end up still being a strong possibility. On a 4-hour time interval here, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.9, which is almost signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.45, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.96, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.4, which is slightly above average. Real quickly here, guys, I need to, I'm going to take you guys over the other page, but I'm not going to put the big tramp up just yet. I need to start data logging some of this information for synthetic price failures, just so I kind of know where we're at. Give me 1 second here while I kind of input this data real fast here. Starting with AMC's actual, our last high was 498 from 377, but now we have 535. That means the synthetic price failure begins at $4.30. We are 41.9% up from 377. And we are getting a strong push down right now on AMC. This may be that handle portion of the cup that I was talking about that may be forming right now. Let's take a look and see what we got going on for Ape. The highest price that we got up to was 166. Previously, it was 146. 166 is 41.88% up from $1.17, our last synthetic price failure low. Our next synthetic price failure would be scheduled to hit at $1.33. I'm not going to change the numbers on the screen here. I don't know that we'll make it down that far before seeing more price improvement, but we are seeing a little bit of a push down kind of in the market right now. Or at least on AMC and Ape, I would imagine that it's market wide, but let's see here. Yeah, it is. A little bit of a reversal here. All right. Let me put AMC or Ape back in the screen here. There we go. So we climbed up the backside of that Bollinger Band on AMC on Ape pretty heavily. So returning back to simple moving average is pretty. I mean, it's pretty common, and it's also healthy for continued price movement upwards as well. It kind of resets RSI a little bit, cools it off, and allows price to run some more. So very, very standard thing happening right here. If we see price continue to push down through this, then you'll know that there's an actual reversal happening. But you should look for support to happen kind of. I mean, we had a TD9 that printed. If we don't see a reversal on this that continues back up through the simple moving average, then it may continue to move further down. And let's see what you guys are writing over here. Maccabee says, I can spot an indirect correlation between shield remarks and price rising. Aaron, how's it going? It looks like they are struggling to keep the price of AMC and Ape down. I mean, yes and no. You got to remember, really, prices, unless somebody is actually having to, force cover, then price is really kind of institutionally moved. So. Casey, your song needs to be the opening jingle for the AMC movie After the Squeeze. No. Don't give me that much credit, Barry. I appreciate it, but I wouldn't be able to go to movies anymore. I would be like, okay, every time we go to the movie, we're not showing up early. I can't listen to that over and over and over. I feel bad, Barry. Oftentimes I think about that Never Gonna Give It Up the what do they, I can't forget what they call that, the Rick something. You got Rick something or other, right? I always feel bad for artists who have like those one-hit wonder kind of songs where they probably spend years and years and years and years singing the same song over and over and over because that's what everybody wants to hear. Yeah, Rick rolled. Yeah, like I literally, I feel bad for artists like that because they have that one song that everybody wants to hear, and it's just like, dude, it's gotta kind of suck just a little bit, you know? I can just see, you show up to a concert, you're there to show everybody your new album, and everybody's sitting there going, never gonna give you up, and it's like you're sitting there rolling your eyes, going like, God, no, not again. But it's not just him. I mean, it's like there's tons of songs like that and artists like that where they've got that one song, like the Four Non Blondes with their actually is it I don't even know what the name of the song is. It's like hey 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 hey. What's the name of the song? I don't know. What's going on? That's it. I think it's what's going on. I think I said it before anybody else put it in the chat. Yeah, DJ Ola, you wrote it literally like a second after I said it. What's going on? Yeah. Arby says Jesse's girl. I mean, there's tons of them. I'm sure you guys can all think of them. I feel bad for those artists though. Casey with the ghetto blaster at the window. Buck says it doesn't suck if it makes you royalties. This is probably why, Buck. I will never ever ever be a musician who makes tons of money. To me, there's more. I guess as a musician, I would care more that it impacts people's lives than it does make me money. That's the part that, like, just knowing that had an impact. Like, if you think about, oh gosh, I'm trying to think of. There's some good examples, and I can't think of them off the top of my head, but there is some good examples of some artists out there that have created songs that have like helped people through depression and stuff like that. Where to me, I think that's probably the more empowering thing, like knowing that you've impacted people in a way to let them know that like you feel for them or you have that it's okay to have those kind of thoughts and like help somebody through something like that without like, directly helping them, but knowing that indirectly you help people, I think is the coolest thing. Long Jericho says, "Ain't it funny how crypto ripped and sold off just before we dipped?" Is it dipping really? Let me see. 1 second here. It's consolidating. I think it's consolidating right now. Give it another give it another like I guess this is an hour. Let me scroll down just a little bit further on this and find out how long this is. From 1710 to 1740, so like 30 minutes. It's been consolidating here for a little longer than I would have expected it to consolidate for. Let me see how this one turned out over here. This seems almost normal right here. This seems normal. I would actually expect to see the next run on this on crypto a little bit further up here, probably around within the next, I don't know, 30 minutes or so or less. A lot of things are running right now. Not a whole lot of stuff is making sense. I'm not. Some of the things that are happening right now in the market are kind of bass backwards. There's everything's just running. So why isn't Amazon up? Amazon and Tesla are not up right now, but a lot of, all right, I gotta do some research here. Give me a second. I want to look at some of the sectors and see what's going on here. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. I'm not really sure what to make of this, honestly. I mean, in actuality, I mean the U.S. dollar being down and seeing SPY up, but the SPY is only up 0.39%, so it's not like it's like massive amounts, right? Like it's kind of like mediocre. But then you've got the VIX down 8.87%, which is actually showing that the I mean, I would think that for every couple percent that the VIX is down, that you should see more than. Hold on, I think there's actually like a ratio here. Hold on one second, I gotta look it up because I can never remember it off the top of my head. Let's say it's like sorry, give me a minute. I gotta do a little bit of research here. I want to say for like every 5% that the VIX moves, you could expect to see something like 1.5 or something like that. I know I know I've read this somewhere before, and I'm trying to find it to get confirmation, but it's like there is kind of like a percentage that the market will move. It's not like a hard set number, but it's just kind of like a guesstimate. Like the market will move by this much, seeing the VIX move. So anything between 12 and 20 is considered normal. A VIX is okay. So let's see here. Hmm. Well, I found the answer to this morning's question. It is the Chicago Board of Options Exchange is really the one that maintains the VIX rating, but um, I'm not seeing the rough conversion that I've seen before from the past. It's not easily found, so I'm gonna skip past that and just continue to talk about other things because I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. If somebody else remembers, you guys are just carrying on talking about the songs. That's great. I love it. Mike says saw a tweet that said we will borrow fee for AMC shares is up to 121.16%. It should be on your screen right now. What it's showing there for the average. Did you say fee? Oh, yeah, borrow fee 121.16. Let me refresh it real quick here and see. I see 108.9, but it's possible that it could be a little higher now. But yeah, it's pretty high. Too much pressure. Barry Electronics says I had a cashier at a McDonald's tell me I look like Freddie Mercury. I told her that's cool, but I'm still alive. It's messed up. That is so messed up. James of Arizona says using Keith's order book formula is amazing this week. So predictable. Glad he was a guest to show us this. Yeah, man. It's amazing some of the different things that people in the community have come up with. Kind of crazy, right? Left Wing Wacko wants a song. It sounds like I'm I would have played one maybe earlier if I had thought about it, but right now we're on a downswing. Let's wait for an upswing, then we'll play something. Oh wait, Tanner looks like he may be giving me the answer here. Under what VIX tells us about the S&P 500? Hold on a second. Tanner, I'm gonna type that in and search it real quick. Maybe I didn't do the right Google search and you found it for me. No, that's pretty much what I was reading earlier. Hold on a second. This is close. Here we go. This is close to what I was looking for right here. It says if the SPY drops 1%, we'd expect to see the VIX rise 6. So 1 to 5 ratio. I was close. I think I said 1.5 to 5, but I was close, not too far off. But to see the SPY, so I guess that's what I'm saying is the SPY right now is only showing up 0.55%. So if that's the case, then I would expect that we would see the VIX down 6%, right? But yet the VIX is down 8.16. So it's a little bit off right now. Like there's a little too much decreased volatility. But actually there is something that could be taken away from this though. Let me look up something one more second here. Because I do think that the way that the VIX is calculated into giving us the value that it gives us, I do believe that it does have something to do with weighted prices of options. So let me pull this up here and see what this says. This could tell us. This could tell us that the market is potentially moving in such a way that makes some sense as to why the market's moving the way that it is. Let's see here. I'm actually just going to read this verbatim. When the market volatility spikes or stalls, financial websites, bloggers, social media, newspapers, and television commenters all refer to the VIX, formerly known as the CBOE Volatility Index. The VIX is a benchmark index designed specifically to track the S&P 500 volatility. Most investors familiar with the VIX commonly refer to it as the fear gauge because it has become a proxy for market volatility. The VIX was created by the CBOE Global Markets, originally known as the Chicago Board of Options Exchange, which billed itself as the largest U.S. options exchange and creator of listed options. Let me see here. The CBOE runs a for-profit business selling, among other things, investments to sophisticated investors. These include hedge funds, professional money managers. Let me get to the part that I really want to read here. The VIX is calculated using a formula to derive expected volatility by averaging the weighted prices out of the money puts and calls using options that expire in 16 and 44 days respectively. We will start on the far left of the formula in the example below. The symbol on the left of equals presents the number that results from that calculation of the square root of the sum of all the numbers that sit to the right of the right multiplied by 100. The first set of numbers. All right, I'm gonna just read through this silently real quick here. Clearly, the order of operations is critical in the calculation, and for most of us, calculating the VIX isn't a way that we should choose to spend a Saturday afternoon. And if we did, the exercise would certainly take most of the day. So if the VIX is going down, I'm trying to look to see how the formula works. And actually, I'll copy and paste this to you guys so you can see where it is that I'm going for this. It's just simply Investopedia. But they do an outline portion in there that talks about how how the formula basically gets the number that's derived for the VIX reported number. And what I'm looking for is I'm trying to figure out how could you I'm looking at the list of the seven key steps to get to the number, and I'm looking for how you could potentially manipulate the market in such a way to where you would show a higher represented lower represented volatility in the market, but yet still have a very bearish market at the same time. I'm gonna have to sit down and kind of mold this in my head, I think, for a little while before I'll get to the answer on this one. It seems to me like I think the key to this is in operation number 3, or the step number 3 for figuring out the formula, and I think that it has to do with time. And we may be seeing options that are being and I'm not looking at options across the board, but there may be market-wide options that are exchanging hands on a short time basis that may be reducing volatility that are being taken off the books. So because the less amount of options that are being traded in a shorter period of time would mean that there's less volatility in the marketplace, which would drive the value down. That seems to make sense to me. The question is who's closing positions and why? Yeah, exactly, hillbilly. That's why I like referencing the formulas, because I like to see how you can manipulate the formula to get a desired outcome. Once you find that variable, it gives you an idea, or helps you to at least understand how they calculate the end result a little bit better, so that you can try to understand what could be happening in the market that would cause something to be happening, and make sense of what's going on. The problem is with one of these, hillbilly, I'm gonna have to sit down with a piece of paper and a pen, kind of write the formula out, and then try to do a couple different examples of manipulation to get some different numbers, so I have a better understanding of what it is that's exactly happening in the marketplace. But my guess, just from reading through this, I think it's going to be an operation number 3, where it has to do with time and the amount of derivatives that are currently opened during those times. It seems just from a surface level that if you were to reduce the amount of options that were open during a specific period of time, that volatility would decrease. But again, this is me just looking at it from the surface. I really need to sit down with pencil and paper real quick and just kind of write it all out, just to make sure that I got this. Darren, I'm sorry you're bored. 4 more minutes, I'll go over the numbers. Deborah says, Casey, don't ask why I have a Bud Dry. Okay, I won't ask. Yeah, there's no way. It would take me probably like 45 minutes with a pencil and paper to sit there and really make sure that I got everything correct, double check all my information, and there's no way I can do this stream and do that at the same time, unfortunately. I wish I could. I wish I was faster, but I'm just not. And I'd rather be right than trying to like rush a formula and trying to figure out if I'm and just spitballing it. I don't like doing that. Dude, Pirate Born 2. I want to show you this, Pirate Born. You guys see this real quick. Hold on a second. I got to show you this. I've got it set up right now because you all helped me do this, but I've got it set up right now to where when I go to YouTube, if I just click on YouTube, watch this. You're gonna laugh. It's on speed dial. Let's just call it being on speed dial right here. Watch. You gotta love it. It's on speed dial. It's literally the first thing. Anytime I open up YouTube whatsoever, it always goes straight to this. So it's ready to go. It's on speed dial. But we're not ready for it right now. I know you want to hear it. I know you want to hear it, but we're not ready for it. You gotta save it for the right moments. Pirate says, I knew I could suck Casey in, but Bates easily with music. You done got me. You got me. It's the truth. Was the buy and hold official music video? No. There's no music video for it yet, but anybody who wants to create one's more than welcome to. Oh, hey, Yukon, let's see if Yukon's in here right now. I just noticed earlier that Yukon's in here. Yukon, I think it was Yukon that posted this. Hold on a second. I think he posted a version of, where does it go? Music suggestions. I think he posted a version of, it is Yukon, of Buy and Hold Fuzz, which I have not listened to yet, and I'd like to. Anybody else want to hear the Fuzz version that he created of Buy and Hold? Anybody? I should get permission first. Yukon, is it okay for me to play that for everybody to hear? I haven't listened to it yet. No, it's definitely Yukon. My buy and hold guitar, it's the same. Oh, it's the same version? Oh, okay. We played it before. It was good. I liked it. Let's play it real quick. Always a yes. All right, cool. Let's play it real quick because I just want to hear it again. That's the kind of shit that gives you like chills. That's Yukon Cornelius. Multipass did that. I love it. I think it's a great version. That's awesome, man. I love there's a couple different I'm not going to come up with the names, but there's a little bit of a I want to say there's a little bit of a Guns N' Roses feel in there at one point. But I can't remember all the different soloists, but man, I love that, man. It's awesome. Pantheon says, just so people are aware, not voting counts as a no vote. Same in the previous 2021 vote on the 500 million share request. Thank you, Pantheon. The proxy didn't come out, did it? You're making me feel like it's like it came out or something. You know how difficult it would be to like get the to master it down so that it's not like somebody's over singing it or under singing it. It'd be really tough, Deborah. I don't know. But it's really good though, man. I love it. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. ABC says, I bet we see short exempt volume top 1 million shares for today. If it does, ABC, I'm gonna be ecstatic. I'm gonna be really ecstatic. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. I just made Yukon a hero. he's my hero. He doesn't have to be your guys' hero. He's my hero. Cause man, I love hearing like a really cool solo like that, a nice fuzz solo over the top of music like that. It sounds so good. All right, let's see what we got going on here. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna have to give you guys a two-factor authentication speech. I don't think I will. And Hillbilly, I'll check the DMs when I go on break here in just a few minutes. Yeah, no two-factor authentication speech. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Give me 1 second. I have to resize the AMC Ape chart here. Okay, there we go. I see what's happening here. All right, cool. All right, starting with off exchange for the day today, I would expect to see 54%, or sorry, 64% combined between off exchange and EDGX for the day. Currently, as it stands, we have 54.88% going through off exchange, EDGX 12.7%, the combined total 67.58. That's about 3.58% higher than what it was an hour ago. Wait, I mean, it's just 3.58% higher than where it should be. CHX volume is not really anything to bat an eyelid at all. On Ape, we have 65.85% going through off exchange, EDGX 8.48%, combined total 74.33%. That's 10.33% higher than it should be. Nothing unusual on CHX for Ape. On GME, CHX volume is still high at 0.3% of the total daily volume when their 30-day average is 0.21. And on HYMC, CHX volume is it's actually starting to kind of creep up a little bit, but I'd say it's still kind of average. Taking a look at AMC and Ape on Ortex. An hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 462,000 shares having been returned. It's now 503,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of not really changing the short share interest, the free float too much, which is sitting at 22.05%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26, average 277.45, and max 310.21. Shares on loan for the day today is down 350,000 shares to 179.13 million shares. Exchange reported short interest has been underreported by estimates by Ortex and is just recently been reported as of last night. And is now showing that they were underreporting by 2.476 million shares. So we saw a big spike up on a short interest. On Ape, an hour ago there was 2.13 million shares having been borrowed for the day or returned for the day. It's now 1.97. That may slightly raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 5.31%. Cost to borrow min at 7.94. Average 8.12 and max 8.93 shares on loan for the day today is at 28.35 million shares. Day over day, that's only a 50,000 share decrease in the amount of shares on loan. But most people will probably be noticing that the short share interest of the free float dropped by nearly almost 2%. That's due to the fact that over the last 15-day reported cycle, there's been that reported free float changing to over 700 million shares. So that's the reason why that dropped. Taking a look at the options chain, highest amount of volume is for calls is currently at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there's 27.3 thousand contracts. There's now 29. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike. There was 14.5 thousand contracts. There's now 15,000. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. The market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at 662. We are finding a little bit of support right about it at 659. My Fibonacci retracement might be just slightly off, and I'd say that probably is because some of these haven't bounced exactly right on the right number, but it's really close. I would say at about 660 is about where we're seeing the support at right now. I had suggested earlier that we would see mainly consolidation likely in this very large wedge that I've drawn out for the day today. We have fallen back down inside that wedge. My hope is that we do break out before the end of the day. I'd love to see that happen. I was really kind of excited about this back here, but it immediately dropped right back down in. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC has been the only one on the list for the day today out of AMC, Ape, and GME. AMC is still on the list here. We have a 56% buy to 44% sell ratio. It's been kind of declining a little bit on that buy-sell ratio, but I've seen worse. Trigger price for AMC would be at $4.43. It did not trigger today, even though it says that it did. It only happened in the pre-market. That doesn't count. So far for the day-to-day, I'm only seeing 84 shares haven't been borrowed so far for the day-to-day with a 108.9% fee. NASDAQ, hold on a second. NASDAQ is currently up 0.68, Dow Jones up 0.73, and the S&P 500 is up 0.51. We have 4,626 advancers to 1,928 decliners. The market is advancing over declining. There is a chart that I want to show you guys real quick here because I haven't actually looked at it myself. And I'm just kind of curious how the market's trading, if it's in unison or if it's kind of randomly generated numbers. Let me see here real quick. I'm on the 1 minute. I don't see anything unusual right now. Nothing really stands out to me specifically. I just wanted to look at it. Let's see where we're at here. Ethereum is currently showing up 0.69%. US dollar is currently showing down 0.97 but heading back up. US oil or WTI is up 7.17%. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.69 to 0.72. And the SPY is up 0.6. We currently have the VIX down 9.29%. VB is up 1.11, VBR up 1.12, Tesla is down 0.22, Amazon is up 0.39, Cinemark is up 8.81. Doge is up 2.26. Bitcoin is up 5.07% at 18.8 a coin. Very unusual movement. Let me look at this real quick here. I just want to see what's happening with this from a daily perspective. It's getting a nice little launch here. Did not expect to see this happening. 19.4 is the value that I would expect to see this to deflect off of as a level of resistance. But let me check something out here real quick. Hmm. Hmm. I would watch. I would watch for Bitcoin to actually maybe make it higher than 19.4. I would look for Bitcoin to maybe kind of reach or consolidate somewhere around like 20, just a little over 20K, maybe somewhere between 20 and 21K a coin. Yeah, it's definitely breaking through. Yeah, that's what I'd be watching for. It looks like it's getting some support. I don't know where it's coming from, but it's definitely fine. There is some buying pressure that's occurring right now on cryptocurrencies in general. I mean, it's not just Bitcoin that's up, but there's others as well that are up. Crypto is seeming to get a bit of a push right now. GME is up 3.13. HYMC is up 7.32. Hood is up 1.6. CS is up 2.32. NCMI is up 4.1. Ape is up 10.56. And AMC is up 2.34. Inflow versus outflow, we have approximately $900,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today. 32.31 million shares traded so far on AMC for the day today. After, let's see, I guess we're at 285 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 44.21 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I think that will probably be a very, the 40 to 60 million I suggested in pre-market will probably be very easy to hit. On a 4-hour time interval, we have a more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 79.38, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.28, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.88, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.06, which is slightly below average. On Ape, we have approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow for the day. 26.81 million shares traded so far after 286 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 56.21 million shares traded by the end of the day today, which my 10 to 30 million, 30 to 50 million shares traded might get blown out of the water on this one. I might end up being a little bit low, but I'm okay with that. Earlier this morning, I was thinking I was going to end up being too high, but not the case now. We've seen a lot of additional volume coming in. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.44, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.25, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.06, which is above average. And a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI, 48.34, which is average. Alrighty. Yukon says, I'm going to post a song I wrote and recorded in the music suggestion Discord. I named it Apes Ride On. It is instrumental only. Yukon, was that one of the ones that you were asking me to take a look at? I haven't had a chance to look at yet. I know you had sent me a couple, but I haven't had a chance to look at them yet. Hazel says, I made a note. We were looking for Bitcoin to go down to 1,200 because that would be a good sign for us. Now it's going up. Yep. I know, Hazel. I really expect to see 12 to 13 before I think we start seeing the market failing. I do think that that's where the additional amount of collateral held by institutions I think that's kind of the dropping point to where we would see that go. And yes, you're right. It is absolutely running back up again, and it may be heading for somewhere between 20 and 21K a coin. Hillbilly says, let's see if they can short it below the 200 EMA. Where's that? Where's that at right now, Hillbilly? I mean, I could pull it up, but I figured you probably have it. Ultra says it's a post on Twitter. I'm scrolling back up here to see what you're saying. I don't see Ultra. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Ultra. On the 5-minute? Okay. But what's the price though? Where's the 200 at on the 5-minute? Duncan, good to see you. Oh, I saw that video from Wes Christensen. I think I would say Christensen. I don't know why, but Wes Christian. And I saw that while I was on break earlier. Somebody had linked me to it as well, and I'd already watched it, and where he's talking about there being a more heavily shorted stock to where there's synthetics that far outweigh both AMC and GME. I'm kind of curious to see what that one is, what stock specifically it's going to be. But I will I will I don't know. I mean, I can't wait to see which one it's going to be. I'm trying to guess in my head which one it might be, but I'm not sure. James of Arizona says they're hunting for liquidity. Be careful trading this quarter. I mean, something's going on, James. You can tell it's cooking. All right, I'm gonna head to break. Einstein says people have lost perspective. 2 years ago, people would have shot themselves over a 25 BPS hike. Now everyone's like, give me 0.25. This whole market is coming down. Hold on a second here. I want to see what the percentages are right now. I mean, it's supposed to be a 0.25. So, but let me just check and see what the percentages are looking like right now. Let's see. It's not loading very fast. Let's try this again. So I'm using the CME Fed Watch tool that basically does like a probability on what the chances are of seeing a 25 versus well, at this point it's 25 or 50 point basis points. And in this particular instance, we're at a 94.2% chance at seeing a 25 basis points or quarter of a percent, and a 5.8% chance that it'll be 50. So basically, there's hardly any chance whatsoever. Deborah, what's up? Oh, Casey, if you mind, if you find it, you can't say it. Rules. If you find it, you can't say it. What? I'm so confused. Einstein says an institution somewhere is collapsing. We just don't know it yet. I mean, that is a possibility, Einstein. And one of the things I looked at earlier, because I wanted to see if it was across the board. So earlier when I was looking at this, guys, when I pulled up the markets on this page right here, and I was looking at these markets, you may have been wondering like what it was specifically that I was looking at. And right down here at the bottom on the industries, I was looking at the percentage, overall percentage change on some of these different industries that are out there to see what the percentage of change was. And you'll notice that like passenger transportation services is up 3.08%, semiconductors are up 2.38, transport 2.19, government activity 2.04, oil and gas 2.01, commodities and service sectors are all up just about the same amount, which is about 2%. Earlier when I was checking it, there's a little bit more variation now than there was earlier. But a lot of these sectors, construction engineering 1.8, school, college, and university 1.94, oil, gas related equipment and services 1.99. And one of the things that I've seen in margin calls from the past is that when a margin call does go through, they don't just liquidate the company in uh, one specific asset. They do it across the board. And the reason for that is you don't want to have a market instability. So how do you create least amount of market instability when you're liquidating a position? You do it across the board, everything, right? So if they're having to do a sell-off of positions from an institution, and other institutions are buying that sell-off, then seeing the market moving upwards in price across the board evenly would make sense. But I don't. That's another reason why I was kind of pulling up this page right here, where I was looking to see if there was like some kind of uniform movement in stocks across the board, and because I do have like a good wide range of stocks all showing up here on one page, and I just don't see anything that would kind of tell me that I've seen worse. I've seen it worse where these are all like basically doing exactly the same thing. But it's not nearly as bad today. So I'm just showing you what it was I was trying to look at earlier, so you guys like have like a general idea of what I was looking for. Yeah, I don't think that's the case, Sammy boy. I don't think inflation is becoming under control now. Einstein says I'm thinking Tiger Global is next. Cuddy Cut says, please tell my friend Brian and my brother Hank to shh. Shh. Shut the front door. The ticker. If I can't say it, if I can't say the ticker, don't say it. Okay. I I mean, I don't think I said any tickers I shouldn't say. Griffin says, Casey, what does that mean that the short exempt volume is so high? Short exempt volume turns directly into failure to delivers. Once that, because the minute that they don't, immediately give back, because those are shares, those are basically shares that are created without any kind of backing. So those shares have a ticking time. They're like a ticking time bomb, and they have exactly 35 trading days to find those shares. So when you see short exempt volume hit, for example, like a million shares in a single day, that's a million shares that they have 35 days to recover. And if they don't find those within 35 days, then they go on an exemption. So, and they don't, you don't want to have, they don't want to have that happening. They're forced to go out and buy those shares at that point. And so when you see multiple days of short exempt volume that are high, really high numbers over and over and over, it becomes very, very difficult. Well, we saw that on Ape not too long ago, where there was over 5 million shares in short exempt volume over a 5-day period of time. The last time we've seen something like that happen was in prior to the June run up of AMC. The one you said you wanted to look up. Dever, I can't remember that far back. I'm like a squirrel over here. I can't remember that far back in the conversation. You gotta like spell it out for me because I don't know what you're talking about. If they don't find those in 35 days, they cheat. No, they actually don't. They can't. That's the whole thing behind the short exempt volume is they can't cheat. They're forced to find those in 35 days. There is no cheating on those ones. Those are the ones that we've seen over and over and over, time and time again, where they are an absolute must find by a certain period of time. Now they can loan shares to consider those as being found, but if they don't have any shares that they can loan, then they're screwed. So, and that's kind of the situation that they're in right now is there's not a whole lot of shares to be loaned. However, on Ape, there is quite a few shares that can be loaned right now. It's only at 80% utilization, which means that they do have shares that they can loan out. The question is are they going to loan them? More than likely, they probably will. They can be delivered before Belarke. Absolutely. It has to be, but they have to be delivered they're forced to be delivered by the 35 date. They're forced to go to the marketplace, or they run the risk of not being able to continue to make a market. They can be banned from making a market if those aren't recovered. What happened with Evergrande? Man, it's been a hot minute since we've talked about Evergrande. I actually don't know. I haven't heard any news on it lately. Last I had heard that they had forfeited on payments, like twice. Yeah, I don't know what the stock is. It's heavily shorted. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break, and I will see you guys back at 2:10.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back. Let's see here. So welcome to the Power Hour, first of all. Welcome to Power Hour. And let's see. I want to toast to a different celebration of life. So yesterday was kind of a little bit of a sad celebration of life. Today I want to celebrate a different form of celebration of life. And this goes out to Scarlett Rose, born to Doug and his wife. Scarlett Rose was born yesterday. I received the message from Doug. I'm not sure exactly what time I received the message from Doug yesterday around 7:33 in the Discord, saying that she was born 6 pounds 12 ounces and 20 inches long. So to many years of a wonderful childhood and life to Scarlett Rose and her parents, her proud new parents. Cheers to you guys' celebration. Ooh, it's a stiff drink today. Ooh. Yeesh, it gave me chills. All right, let's see what you guys are saying here. Darren, thank you. Good to be back. Let's take a look at the numbers. It is numbers time, ding, ding, dong, dong. So let's do it. Let's take a look at them. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after you see the big tramp back up on the page. Oh, wait. Just before I left, I noticed that Pantheon saying there's a rap segment for you to read. A rap segment. Where's that at, Pantheon? Where can I find this, the rap segment? Is it, I should have called Scarlet Rose a baby ape. Let me see here. Hold on a second. $11.49. All right, hold on. 49. I'm scrolling back. Yo, listen. His name is Casey and he's a damn nice guy. He comes spitting facts and his beard is fly. He streams all day during the work week. His knowledge makes others YouTubers look like antiques. Casey calculates the numbers using Excel as he chops down fools like Flat Earth Blood Cell. Yeah. I'm obviously not a rapper. don't ever ask me to rap read because that ain't gonna happen. Oh man. Cheers, Pantheon. Cheers for showing how terrible I am at rapping. All right. Let's see what we got going on here with these numbers. Give me 1 second here while I update my broker account. More than likely, I'm going to have to give you guys the speech. I think I took you guys over to the other page already, but if I didn't, I am now. I'm going to go ahead and give it to you because I'm pretty sure it's going to pop up for a login here. But two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it for your account. It could help protect you from having somebody be in your account that shouldn't be in there. And while you're at it, make sure you have a secondary device set up to receive the codes as something may happen to primary, and it's always good to have a backup. While you're at it, why don't you go ahead and start taking screenshots either daily or once weekly of your portfolio and saving that to a folder someplace with a date so that in case something should happen and you need those records, you'll have them available to you. Not a bad option. Give me 1 second here. I'm still trying to get into my account. For some reason, I'm either having internet problems There we go. All right. Sorry, I'm getting text messages while I'm trying to log in here. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Give me 1 second. I got to take a look at this picture. I've got pictures coming in from the mechanic who's working on my Jeep right now, coming in. So I want to see what he's sending me here. And that looks black. Okay. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Give me just a second. All right. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I'd expect to see about a 66% amount of volume going through off exchange and EDGX combined. AMC is at 55.38%, EDGX at 12.17%. Combined total 67.55%. That's 1.55% higher than it should be. CHX volume is very low. On Ape, highest amount of volume, 66. Not highest amount of volume, but volume going through off exchange, 66.32%, and EDGX is at 7.97. For a grand total 74.29%. That's about 8.29% higher than it should be. CHX volume, nothing unusual going on there. On GME, CHX volume has been high most of the day today. It's at 0.37% of the daily volume. A normal day is about 0.21%. It's not hugely elevated, but it is up a little bit. HYMC CHX volume is also elevated. Their normal 30-day average is 0.07%. It's at 0.19. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, it showed a return of about 503,000 shares for AMC. It's now 251,000 shares. That's going to raise slightly the estimated short share interest, the free float, to 22.07%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.26, average 290.17, and max at 315.1. Shares on loan for the day today is at 179.13 million shares. That's a decrease day over day by 350,000 shares. Short interest right now rose by 2.476 million shares, but only because Ortex was estimating too low on their estimates daily. So there's more short interest during the last 15 trading days than was to be expected. Hence the reason why we saw the short share interest, the free float, rise day over day significantly. Taking a look at AMC, or Ape rather, an hour ago there was approximately 1.97 million shares having been returned. It's now 2.04 million. It's going to have the effect of slightly lowering that short share interest, the free float, to 5.31%. Cost to borrow minute 7.94, average 8.17, and max 8.93. There is approximately 28.35 million shares on loan today. That is 50,000 shares less today on loan than yesterday, but yet our short share interest of the free float dropped nearly 2%, only because the total amount of shares in the free float rose to just a little over 700 million shares. So there's a reason for that. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call options for the day today has been at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there's 29,000 contracts. There is currently 31.6 thousand contracts. Puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago, $1/2 strike with 15,000 contracts, is now 16.2. almost a 2-to-1 call versus put volume ratio. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 for AMC by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, it's at $6.59. Earlier this morning, I drew out kind of like a larger size wedge and kind of tried to get the finishing points to be somewhere inside the gray area for the wedge. I really didn't know where this wedge was going to go. But it's kind of very interesting how it has seen a little bit of support and resistance along the way there. I would say this line should probably be tipped down just a tad bit more, maybe to like something like that. But it was very, very close. I don't have a bottom side on this yet. It might actually be something closer to what this bottom line down here looks like. I would actually probably keep that, meaning that the breakout period may be in the after market hours today, or perhaps, so let me get rid of this bottom line down here, or perhaps maybe into the pre-market hours of tomorrow morning. If I were to draw the box, I would probably draw it around here, which is getting us to break out somewhere between 1626 and 1620. It's just saying 1626, 1541 and 1626. But we are finding a little bit of resistance at $6.63, which is a Fibonacci retracement point, the 0.786. We need to see a break through that before we'll see this continue to move upwards. On orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is the first one on the list with a 54% buy to 46% sell ratio. I like to see 60-40 or better, but this is not the worst. As long as we got more buying pressure than selling pressure, that's a good thing. But I do like to see more buying pressure in the range of like 60% or higher, to kind of give me the comfort or the ability to be able to say like, yes, we're only counting orders here, but more than likely, if you have that many orders, then your probably amount of shares purchased were more than the amount that were returned. So I don't these kind of levels right here don't excite me as much. 54 to 45 it's not as exciting for me. I'd rather see better numbers. SSR would have tripped today at 443, but it did not, even though it says on Sonko Tracker. It tripped in the pre-market, but didn't actually, that doesn't count. It has to be during market open trading hours. Taking a look at shares available to borrow, there has been like all day long at 1 o'clock in the morning yesterday, or this morning I should say, they borrowed 84 shares is all that's being reported currently at a 108.9% fee. Somebody mentioned short exempt volume being extremely high today, probably with the zero amount of shares available to borrow. I would imagine that probably will be very likely the case. And that is a very big something burger. NASDAQ is up currently 0.51%. Dow Jones is up 0.62. S&P 500 is up 0.32. We have 4,640 advancers to 1,977 decliners. The market is advancing over declining. We've got Ethereum Classic up 1.49%. We have the US dollar is currently down 0.85, but is up from where it was at earlier this morning. Oil is, or WTI is up 6.9. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.6 to 0.63. And SPY is currently up 0.37. VIX is down 9.39%. VB is up 1.13. VBR is up 1.06. Tesla is down 0.17. Amazon is up 0.08. Cinemark is up 9.18. Doge is up 3.24. Bitcoin is up 5.55. GME is up 4.51. HYMC is up 7.88. Hood is up 2.45. CS is up 2.03. NCMI is up 8.8. And Ape is up 9.13. While AMC is up 2.54. Inflow versus outflow, approximately $900,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today. 36.71 million shares traded so far for the day today. There's approximately Hold on a second here. What pace are we on? We're at 228, so we got 258 minutes or 358 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 39.99 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 40 to 60 million. I'm pretty sure that after market hours will hit that 40 million, so it looks like we'll make that. On the 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure, it looks like. Yeah, with RSI at 80.08, which is signaling overbought. Sorry. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.89, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.88, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence happening within the last 10 minutes, an RSI at 50.13, which is right down the middle. On Ape, there is approximately $1 million more outflow than inflow for the day today, with 29.91 million shares traded. We have about 359 minutes worth of trading so far, putting us on a pace for 32.49 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We are about ready to break my numbers. I said 10 to 30 million, so it looks like I'm going to be a little on the low side. It happens. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.44, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.74, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.17, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.66, which is average. Getting a little bit of push down on Ape right towards the end of the day here. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, guys. I want to send some pictures to my wife that were sent to me real quick here. Does not look good. How do I forward this? There we go. All right. Projuler says, Casey, is your wife jumping train tracks in the Jeep? So, no, actually, I'll tell you what happened. No, it's not dirty. It's not dirty pictures. So the Jeep apparently had. So I didn't know this about Jeeps, but apparently the 3.6 liter engines have problems with oil coolers. Which is, I guess they got problems with the O-rings or something like that. I'm not sure exactly about the specifics, but apparently ours sprung a leak, and it wasn't bad enough to where it was anything that was stopping us from driving it, but it could have gotten worse really, really quick. So we've got them fixing that right now. The oil cooler is being replaced on that. And then while we were at it, we also had a thermostat gauge that had also gone out on it as well, which is probably one that I probably could have done on my own. But you know, I'm just, while they're in there doing stuff anyways, I might as well just have them fix it for me. It'll save me some time. Richard says, what was the diagnosis of the Jeep? Can we see the pics? Yeah, absolutely you can. Hold on a second. Let me send the pictures to myself in an email real fast. It's pretty nasty looking. Apparently, some of the oil. I mean, we had kind of smelled a little bit of a burning oil smell, and in some of the pictures that he sent me, they they puddled into um, the oil that had leaked out had puddled on top of the engine block. And I gotta put these pictures into an email to send to myself so I can show it to you. Give me 1 second here while it ain't easy for me to do. It takes me a minute to kind of go through this and let's see, compose. And give me 1 second. There we go. Send. Duncan says, how does a rocket sound? All right. If only I had one. I need one. Getting a little bit of a boost here already. Looks like we got a rocket going. Give me 1 second here. I got to log into my email real fast and pull it so I can show you guys. Where am I going here? Let's see. Oh, sweet. He sent me a picture with the oil cleaned up, so it looks a lot better now. That's good. Where's it? Let's see. I got the picture right here. All right, so first picture. All these are gonna. That's not what I wanted. Where the heck is my? Huh. Oh, I know why. I know why. All these pictures are going to be from the top from the engine block in here. Let me take a pic. Let me grab the screenshot of this. So that's the first picture. I'll try to zoom in on that for you a little bit. I don't know if you can kind of tell. You can kind of see a little bit in here. I'll show you some other close-up pictures here in just a second. But that's the first picture. Here's a zoomed-in picture of that hot mess right there. Ooh, that looks nasty. that doesn't look good. That's not what it's supposed to look like. All this oil right here should not be puddling up in here. That's not supposed to be like that. That's not good. And let's see. Last picture. This one's like really zoomed in on this one. I'm not sure why he zoomed in on this picture, but you can see the color of the oil that was actually running through the vehicle wasn't that great looking itself, but the really bad smell that we were probably smelling was all this puddled up oil in here. Yep, not good. That's not going to be good. But he's got it all cleaned out now, and he's just sent me a picture of what it looks like all cleaned up. It looks good. Yep. Good times. Captain Awesome says, I know what your problem is, Casey. No gas in it. Hey, ding, ding, dong, dong. Come on, man. You know there's no other stocks in here. Leaky PCV valve. No, actually, I don't think it's the. I don't know. It's a valve. It's just called an oil cooler. Yeah, it's not an injector seal. It's it ain't cheap, that's for sure. Down we go. It ain't cheap, that's for sure. Anytime they gotta remove the manifold like that, it's gonna be a little costly. Einstein says oil cooler O-rings failed after too many heat cycles. I mean that could be the case, Einstein, because the very first thing that happened on the vehicle was well, I don't know. I mean that could be it could be the case. That might actually really be the case. Ultra Ape, no. Guess what? I actually took it into the main dealer. So that's what we had to go do this morning. I had taken it back into the main dealership because we have a technician that works on it and on a lot of our vehicles that I trust really highly. And you know, I told him, I said, look, if it's something really simple, I'd rather just have you fix it because I trust you. Dealerships I don't always trust. And he's like, no, this might be something that would be covered under warranty. And I said, okay, because I think my warranty is still good. Let me go ahead and take it into him because it's a used car, but it is under it does have I forget what the type of warranty it's called, but they call it like a something package warranty. I forget what it's called, but anyways, I took it to the dealership and the warranty actually expired August of 22. So unfortunately, just expired. The only warranty that's left on it right now is the drivetrain, which is a lifetime drivetrain on it. But so, can't win them all. ProJeweler says have them change the spark plugs while they're accessible. Uh, I know that's was a recommendation, ProJeweler, but I'm actually gonna pass right now just to try and keep costs down a little bit, and I can probably do that myself. I've done it before. It's not a problem. It looked like it popped during the suck squeeze bang blow phase. Myself, well, I saw the wrap that Pantheon put out, and I wrapped it. Oh shoot, son of a gun, guys! You know what we forgot? Nobody even said anything. Movie trivia. We totally forgot movie trivia. Hold up, we got to get movie trivia in here real fast. It's like 10 minutes too late here. Hold on a second, I gotta pull it up. You guys got me. You got me monologuing about the Jeep. Hold up a second. Um. All right. All right. Here we go. Are you guys ready for movie trivia? We gotta hurry. We gotta hurry this up. So I'm gonna type it out real fast here. All right, here we go. You either know this or you don't know this, and I'll tell you right after I get done with the question what movie it is, just so that you guys don't, I know some of you may not know this, but it will. Anybody who knows the answer to this will know what movie this is from. What is the first song that DJ Adrian Cronauer plays at the correct speed during his first show? The movie is called Good Morning Vietnam. What is the first song? Harry Potter. What is the first song that the DJ Adrian? Nope, not Paint It Black. Nowhere to Run is the correct answer from Slick Rick. Slick Rick, congratulations on your first point, maybe ever. I don't think I've ever seen you get a point before, so that makes me happy to know that there are other people who are getting points. I like seeing that because it makes me feel like I picked a movie that maybe helps some people get points that don't get points usually. When did Airman Adrian Cronauer, I can't say his name right. Somebody correct me. Arrive in Vietnam. When did he first arrive in Vietnam? 19 what? I almost said it. It was 19 what year? I'll give you a hint. It starts with 19. 1965 by John Hannaford is correct. I'll give you a hint. It starts with 19. Although there are several Beach Boys songs that Adrian plays in the film, which one does the audience get to see him put on the air during his first show? What's the first Beach Boys song he puts on? I Get Around by John Hannaford is correct. He went two guesses. What is Eddie Garlick's middle name? That's a hard one. I feel like I should pass that one. That's a really hard one. If you even get it close to the right spelling, I'll probably give it to you. Pantheon saying Casey. What's up? No, that's not his middle name. I feel like we should just pass that one. That one's really kind of stupid. Like I don't think anybody's gonna remember this middle name. Yeah, let's pass this one. Montesquieu. 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 You know what? Jeff Hamill put out the right answer, and I'm pretty sure he did it before I said it. I'm giving it to Jeff Hamill because I know there's a delay and there's no way he typed that in. Jeff, you're getting the point. I'm giving it to you, Jeff. You got it. After Hawk reprimands Adrian for playing non-regulation music, who's the first acceptable performer Lieutenant Hawk suggests to Cronauer in the DJ's lounge? Koch. Hark. It's No, it is not Casey Kasem. These are tough ones today. I don't think I know. I don't think there's a single one in here that I would have known so far. Lawrence Welk is correct by Hillbilly 808. There's probably people in here who haven't even seen this movie before. Let's see here. Who does Adrian say that Ho Chi Minh reminds him of? Colonel Sanders by Jeff Hamill is correct. Skip that one. When soldiers are sunbathing on their PT boats, Adrian plays a song by a British band, The Searchers. What is the song? Oh, I feel nice. Sugar and Spice by Jeff Hamill is correct. Yeah, I know, not related. Whatever. Uh, what bands record? What band's record? Sorry. What band's record did Adrian first play during his debut shift on the air? Remember, he starts off kind of like, I feel like he kind of started off like a little mellow. The name of the movie is Good Morning Vietnam. Freddie something, I'll give it to you, Jeff Hamill. It's Freddie and the Dreamers. Tanner. Let's talk about it tomorrow, man. We're right in the middle of doing some movie trivia here. What type of detested old-fashioned music did Lieutenant Hawk play while he is filling in for the suspended Cronauer? Something that you would polka. There it is. By Hillbilly is correct. It is polka music. This is last question. Last question here. Where does Dickerson get transferred to once he makes sure that Kronar is forced to leave the country? Kronauer. I keep saying it wrong. Where does Dickerson get transferred to once he makes sure that Kronauer is forced to leave the country? No, they're in Vietnam. Did somebody already say it? I don't think anybody said it yet. Nope, I don't see it. Guam is correct by It's Me. All right, let me tally up the points. I'll let you guys know where everybody stands for the week here. Slick Rick, congratulations on your first point of the week. Actually, maybe first point ever. It's awesome to see that you got a point there. John Hannaford, congratulations on your points for this week as well. Let's see here. Jeff Hamill, congratulations on your 4 points today. I know you're in here somewhere before. There we go. Let's see here. And Hillbilly, congratulations on your points. So do you have? Yep, I got you down for a point from before, so you added to that. And it's me. He's got another point. All right. Let me give you the totals here, guys. In third place, let me just go through and make sure, verify everything before I make this comment here. In third place for the week, I have a single winner, John Hannaford. Everybody goes wild, John Hannaford. Third place. Congratulations. I have a four-way tie for second place. Ariel, Pantheon, Jeff Hamill, and Censored Content, all with 5 points apiece. Congratulations, guys. That's awesome. Way to go. Way to do a great job on pulling in second place there. But the biggest round of applause with 15 points is amazing. Crazy, crazy, crazy. He did have 7 points from last week, but 8 points from this week. And we only did trivia 2 days last week. Pulling through with 15 points for the week is It's Me. It's me. Wait. Hold on a second. Slow clap. Yep, slow clap. Yeah, good job. It's me. All right. Whew. We got that done before the end of the day was over. Whew. I didn't know if I was going to make it. Darren says, Casey, I demand a steward's inquiry. What's going on, Darren? Down we go says, it's who? Oh no, Jathan, that's terrible. Darren says on the last question he was first. Darren, it was really, really close on the last question because it was Guam. And if I scroll back here and I look, I've got It's Me as first and believe it or not, Darren, you literally came in right after him. I remember seeing it go through. You're not wrong. I'm sure it did show up first on your computer, but it did come through as a whole. And when you go back and you look historically after the stream is over and the comment sections show up, you're going to see beat you out by like a mere, I'm sure it was less than a second because I literally saw both the answers come through at the same time. But it does show his name first up there. I know it's so close. It is probably a photo finish kind of thing, but you'll be able to see it later on if you review the video footage. Darren says, rigged, I refuse to play anymore. I'm sorry you feel that way, Darren. It was close. It was really, really close. It's probably one of the biggest complaints that I get, Darren, is that a lot of people think that they were the first one to put their answer in, and it shows up on first on your computer and on your side, but everybody else sees it differently. But then when you go back and you look at the actual logs later on, you'll see that it's how I see it. Well, guys, it's been a good day. We hit 40 million shares traded for the day on AMC, and that's within the range that I wanted. So I feel a little vindicated on that one. Ape, on the other hand, probably gonna have to wait for the aftermarket hours to finish, but I'm definitely under on that one because I only said 10 to 30 million. But anyways, it is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink. Tomorrow is another trading day. It is the last day this week, and you get a 3-day weekend, guys. Get ready for that weekend. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Go out, walk your pets because they like to get outside too. Salt your meat and go see a movie. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
see. It's got me by my soul to squeeze. Well, all the love from me, with all the dying trees I scream. The angels in my dream, yeah. It turned to demons of greed, that's me. Where I go, I just don't know. I gotta take it slow. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna give you some of my good time. Today love smiled on me. It took away my pain, said please, oh, let your ride be free. You gotta let it be, oh yeah. Where I go, I just don't know. I gotta take it slow. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna give you some of my good time. Oh, so polite indeed. Well, I got everything I need. I'll make my days a breeze and take away my self-destruction. It's bitter, baby, and it's very sweet. A holy roller coaster, but I'm on my feet. Take me to the river, let me on your show. Well, I'll be coming back, baby, I'll be coming back for more. Do the thing, go sing it, don't bongo ding. But I'm a someone, I'm a Congo ding. I cannot forget, but I want out the devil. Simple pleasures, I'm much better, but I won't regret it never. Where I go, I just don't know. I gotta take it slow. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna give you some of my good time. Where I go, I just don't know. I might end up somewhere in Mexico. When I find my peace of mind, I'm gonna keep it for the end of time. When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead, so when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other all.